If the fence rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope we're all well. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. I hope you're safe, warm, snuggly, content. How was the rest of your day yesterday? Did you have a good sleep, Miss Tricia? Wait for a few peeps to come in. We're doing day 3. Day 3 of this wedding anniversary van life dismemberment trial. Now, if you're just joining in and starting the trial now, it's horrific. Good morning, my darling. Good morning. I did actually. I really got a good sleep and I feel a lot better today. A lot more refreshed. I actually got. Good morning, Christine. Did you sleep well? I actually feel like I've had a sleep. So I had a productive day today. It was a bit of maintenance. Did the regrowth, the hair regrowth tint, get rid of the greys. What else did I do? Oh, my laundry. Even got into the garden a little bit. So it's going to be a warm week here. I think it's going to hit 37 degrees Celsius on the weekend, which I'm not sure what's that in Fahrenheit. Let's have a look. On Monday it'll be 36. Now, how do I get that to Fahrenheit? Temperature. Oh, God, where the frig did that take me? Holy crap. Get out. Don't do that. It was on Fahrenheit yesterday. Why isn't it on there now? There we go. Fahrenheit. So, current weather today, right now. Really? 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. Right. Monday, 97. Yep, she's going to be warm. She's going to be warm. So, oh, is it? Oh, no. I had to actually water the gardeners today. I have to give them a good soak because, yeah, we're not getting any rain for any time soon. This is where it starts ramping up in Melbourne. And what is it? A week today, I go and see my mummy. Yay! And it's snowing there, Tracy. Oh God! Get your cup of cocoa and your slippies on and a blankie and curl up. I haven't looked. I've literally washed the colour out of my hair, shoved it up in a bun on the top. No makeup. Just thank goodness StreamYard has touch up my appearance. Yep. So this is what you're getting today. All right. Well, I believe, well, I would assume that today we're probably going to see medical examiner. I haven't even turned my computer on until like 5 minutes ago. I have no idea. Why is it only a short day? It's only a 3-hour stream. Hang on. I got the right one? Day 3, yeah. Oh, we might be able to catch up today. What's that? Oh. Ah, look, there's me. Sorry. I'm scrolling down as of all the streams that are listed to the right on this trial, and I was down there. All right. Here we go. Let's get to it, shall we? And wherefore art thou, Elizabeth, and Miss Cindy, and Palola's mum, and Anna, and who else have I forgotten? Who'd have? Bri. I haven't seen Bri in ages. Oh, that'll do, won't it? Oh, I've got a very, very high forehead. It looks like I'm all forehead. All right, come on. Let's do it. Why is that muted up there? Sound was muted on this page. No, I don't want to continue muting sound. Let's see if it actually plays.
With anybody since we were last
Can you hear that?
together yesterday. And again, is there any reason any one of you cannot be a fair and impartial juror in this case moving forward? As to all 3 questions, I'm seeing only shakes of the head no. We will resume now in the matter of State versus Joseph Ferlazzo Jr. Is the state ready to call its next witness?
We are, Your Honor. The state would call Detective Sergeant Aron McNeil.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cost, talent, and consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We are learning that the acoustics are not great in this room, so try to keep your voice up and speak into the mic so the back jurors can hear you.
Okay.
Can you start by just stating your name and spelling both your first and last name?
My name is Aron McNeil, and Aron is Aron, and last name is McNeil, which is McNeil.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm employed by the Vermont State Police.
And how long have you been with the Vermont State Police?
Just about 16 years.
Okay. So you were employed by them in October of 2021?
I was.
Okay. And what was your rank at the time?
In October of 2021, my rank was Detective Sergeant.
Okay. And what were your assignments?
My assignment is commander of our crime scene search team for the major crime unit.
Okay. The jury heard from Amy Nolan yesterday. Is that the same? Is it the same role or assignment that she was doing in that?
At that time, she was the assistant team commander for crime scene.
Okay, great. How long at that point had you been a member of the crime scene search team?
At that point, I was a member of the team for approximately 7 years.
Okay. And approximately how many major crime scene investigations have you participated in?
As of today, approximately 222 major crime scenes.
In mid-October of 2021, were you made aware of an investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
I was.
And what information were you initially provided?
Initially, I was advised that she was a missing person and that several vehicles had been seized as a result of the initial investigation. And at that point, crime scene was asked to process several vehicles.
Okay. And is that the point where you became involved?
It is.
And when did that initial involvement occur?
That would have been October 19th of 2021.
Okay. Did you, on October 19th, did you enter the van as part of that processing?
Not on the 19th.
Okay. And what task were you assigned then?
On October 19th, I was assigned to process a red Jeep that had been seized as a result of the initial investigation.
Okay. And what was the authority for entering that Jeep?
I was provided with a search warrant to process that Jeep.
Okay. Judge, the state moves to admit 92 through 103, I believe, with no objection.
Any objection?
No objection. Thank you.
92 through 103, you said?
Yes.
92 through 103 are admitted.
Detective, have you already reviewed all of these photos that we're about to go through?
I believe I have, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with States 92. Can you tell the jury what that is a photo of?
That was the Jeep that was processed on October 19th, 2021.
Okay. Before you started the search, did you verify that this was the Jeep
Yes,
the warrant was for?
I did. I had a copy of the warrant, and I made sure that the make, model, and the registration plate was the correct vehicle.
Okay. And what were you specifically searching the Jeep for?
The search specifically was related to any of the items listed that ordered us to search for inside of the Jeep, specifically cellular devices, possible human remains. There was a list of things that were listed on the warrant.
Okay. Any weapons?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the time the search warrant was granted, had Emily's body not been located?
I was aware that likely human remains had been found in a van that was also being processed at the same time at the same facility, but I was not certain whose remains they were or for sure if they were human yet at that point.
Okay. What items of importance did you seize from the van? I'm sorry, from the Jeep?
From the Jeep, there was a Smith & Wesson brand knife inside of a sheath that I found inside the driver's door. And there was also a cellular telephone that was in the center console of the Jeep.
Show you what's been marked as States 93. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a photo of the cellular telephone that's in the center console prior to collection.
Okay. And States 94.
That's with the screen activated or the screen turned on is a picture that the crime scene took of the phone that night.
Okay. I see part of a 2 up in the corner. Was this labeled as Jeep number 2?
It was.
Okay. Is there any other number associated with this piece of evidence?
There is. There could be several numbers, but I'm specifically aware that this is listed as item number 14 in our software database.
This happened, I think, once yesterday with Detective Nolan. Can you explain to the jury why one piece of evidence might have 2 numbers?
Sure.
Or multiple numbers?
So State Police, we have a software database that keeps track of all evidence collected or all items collected by the State Police. It's called Firearm. Q assigns a number and a barcode to every piece of evidence that we collect that's individualized. What happens for crime scene processing in cases like this is there'll be several different portions of the scene. There may be an actual crime scene, there may be a vehicle, there's an autopsy, and at each of those events, the evidence number starts over at 1. So there may be the first item collected at the autopsy may be labeled, medical examiner item number 1. The first item in the Jeep will be Jeep number 1, and the van would be number 1. And then file on Q, when those items are put into the database under the same case number, it'll give it one mastered number. So it makes it easy so we can have one number assigned to that piece of evidence for reference purposes, but also I can reference it for days like today in court for juries like yourselves.
Okay, thank you. So this item, once it was put into the master list, was labeled item 14.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's the phone that you found in Mr. Ferlazzo's Jeep.
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you States 95. Tell us what that is.
States 95 is the registration card that was found inside of the Jeep, indicating that the Jeep was registered to a Joseph Ferlazzo. It also includes the registration plate and VIN number and other information.
Okay. And so was that further confirmation that this Jeep you were searching belonged to Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
Okay. And was the iPhone that you located brought back to VSP for processing?
It was.
Okay. Was that the entirety of your involvement on October 19th?
Not entirely. After we processed the Jeep, I assisted Sergeant Nolan with some evidence packaging and also entering items into the software database.
Okay. And did you have further involvement in the case the next day on the 20th?
I did.
Okay. And how did that come about? What did you do on the 20th?
The crime scene team, we did not finish processing the van on the first night of the 19th. We wanted to return. We had more work to do on the day or the next day during the 20th. Plus, we wanted to do more work during the daylight hours. So I returned to process the van to assist with processing the van on the 20th.
Okay. And when you arrived, was the van secured with evidence tape?
It was.
Okay. So did you take that off in order to re-enter the van?
We did.
Okay. While continuing the search of the van, did you hear from Detective Nolan?
I did. She contacted me.
And where was she at the time she contacted you?
At the time she contacted me, she was at the medical examiner's office at the autopsy.
Okay. And did she ask you to search the van for something specific?
She did.
What did she tell you to search for?
She advised me that during autopsy, Emily's body was found to have numerous stab wounds. So she asked us to further look during processing for any sharp objects or knives inside of the van.
Okay. I'm going to show you States 96. Can you just tell the jury what this is showing?
This is a photo taken by the crime scene team inside of the van that shows a block of knives.
Okay. And did you collect these knives?
We did.
Is this just a close, States 97, just a close-up of the same block?
It is.
States 98.
States 98 is a crime scene photo of item number 44 collected from the van itself.
Okay. And did you notice anything of interest on this knife?
I did. During the collection of several of these knives, we noticed that there's reddish-brown stains on the knives.
Okay. States 45.
States 45 is another knife taken out of the block from the van.
And if you, was a swab of the reddish brown stains on these knives collected?
There was.
Okay. And so on States 44, was that swab labeled as 44B?
It would have been, yes.
Okay. And then on 45, was that swab labeled as 45B?
It was.
States 100. Can you tell the jury what this is?
States 100 is an image of the knife blade with the reddish-brown stains I was speaking of.
So this is an example of what you would have swabbed and sent to the lab.
Correct, yes.
States 46.
It's an additional knife from the knife block.
And so the swab from this knife would have been labeled 46B.
That is correct.
Just so we're clear, that was States 101, though?
Yes, Judge, thank you. States 102.
That would be crime scene item number 49 from the van.
And again, the swab then from this item would have been 49B.
That is correct.
And States 103.
States 103 is, again, crime scene number 50 from the van, which is a pair of scissors.
And the swab of a reddish brown stain on these scissors would have been labeled as 50B.
That is correct.
Okay. And were all of these swabs sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab for testing?
They were.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Any questions?
Questions? Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was exciting. Get me glasses. You know, it's on program. Okay.
Your Honor, the state calls Harry Jeppe.
Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause found in consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the faith and penalty.
Good morning. Can you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Harry Jeppe, Jeppe.
And Mr. Jeppe, how are you employed?
I am the Physical Comparison Unit Supervisor at the Vermont Forensic Laboratory. As such, I am a qualified firearm and toolmark examiner.
Where is the Vermont Forensic Laboratory located?
The Vermont Forensic Laboratory is located at 45 State Street in Waterbury, Vermont.
When did you start employment with the Vermont Forensic Laboratory?
On the 1st of April, 2004.
And have you been in the same role since you started 20 years ago?
No, I originally started as a firearm and toolmark examiner, and in 2011, I was promoted to the supervisory position.
Can you spell your first name?
Certainly, so. Harry, Harry.
Thank you. Generally speaking, what do firearms examiners do?
We examine every item of evidence related to firearms. So, in other words, firearms, obviously, fired cartridge components, which include cartridge cases, fired bullets, unfired cartridges, firearms magazines. We also do tool marks, where we compare submitted tools to for
Money.
example, locks or padlocks or anything that was used in any implement.
Has to get the little guy. You have to put some pictures into Discord. I haven't even been into Discord. Whoops. Crap. Thank you, my darling. Thank you. And that wench.
That is used to break into a home, a screwdriver,
This
for
is
example.
the firearm specialist, the Toolmark analysis. It's a short day today, so we might be able to get in day 4 as well.
Used to pry open a window and so on. Those are all considered to be tool marks. We also do chemical distance determinations based on propellant residue, firearms propellant residue. We do serial number restorations. And yeah, that's pretty much covers it.
What's your educational background?
I have a diploma in forensic or in policing from the Technikon of South Africa. I also have a Bachelor of Technology degree from the University of South Africa in policing. I have an advanced certificate in forensic criminalistics, which is a 2-year study program, which I did through the University of South Africa, African Police.
That you have made to determine whether a particular bullet or cartridge case was fired from a particular weapon?
Literally thousands.
Have you, and what's the expertise? Explain to the jury what forensic firearms identification is.
In other words, compare them to the components inside the firearm is transferred, expands the bullet. In other words, the container with the firearm was by then distant, and secondly, whether yes it is of the barrel of the firearm, yes.
And what about the lead core that's encapsulated in the copper jacket?
A lead core is generally not in contact with the firearm because it's encapsulated in the jacket, and therefore it is generally not of value for comparison purposes.
We all have a bachelor's degree in
So you
firearms.
mentioned this already, but can you explain to the jury what class characteristics are?
Class characteristics are features that are predetermined during the manufacturing process. So the manufacturer decides, with other words, so the machining method using barrel, bullet,
And bullet from the gun.
Characteristics.
individual characteristics.
Holy crap.
So yes, those are features that are unique to
Jury, what that looks like at the lab.
when I fired samples. We would take 2 cartridges from the firearm.
Standard. Can you explain to the jury how you compare that? What tools you use to compare it?
Or the question to manipulate the different items in order to line up markings and to inspect if there's a visual correlation between different markings. And this is essentially how we do the comparison.
23.
So in this case, were you asked to work on a case from the Vermont State Police involving the death of Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you receive from the Vermont State Police?
I received a 9mm caliber Glock Model 19 pistol with an aftermarket Silent Serco barrel with conventional rifling. I also received a Silent Serco silencer, which was compatible with the firearm. I received a bullet jacket, a fired bullet jacket. I received a bullet core, a fired bullet, and a magazine and several cartridges.
Your Honor, I now would ask the court to read stipulation number 9, which is State's Exhibit 124.
Any objections?
No objection, Judge.
This one's a long one. Stipulation number 9,
yes,
members
well
of the
done.
jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts.
It's a child, isn't it?
Call the stipulation. At the Vermont Forensic October 9th lab. C is not being challenged to a valid search warrant. Same condition at the logged by the Vermont lab as item O, parentheses in the autopsy, and was in the state police as evidence. Chain of custody was sent to the collected from bag number 2. Number 2B. Casing was collected. Chief medical time of the announcement number 63 is not being challenged. Silencer was as it was item number 3 of the silence before it's admitted.
Hurry, Jeppe.
I'm telling you what's been marked and admitted as State's 79 Do you know what state 79 is?
That is correct. This is a gun box. I noticed my initials on the seals on this box. So this is the gun box that I received evidence in on this case.
And can you explain to the jury what?
They had two projectiles yesterday. I don't recall them saying anything about casings. So we've only just gotten into the point where he's analysing them now for the case.
you did as part of your examination of the firearm?
So first of all, when we receive the evidence, we would typically open the box. The box would be sealed by our client agency, in this case, State Police. We would open the seals,
We've got 5 minutes.
open the box,
What's on the box?
and the evidence would then be packaged normally as it is here with zip tied down to the inside of the box in order to prevent it from moving around.
And were you able to tell from this firearm what the make is?
Yes.
I hope so, if he's a forensic.
After unpacking the firearm, I would generally photograph the firearm as a first step. I would then proceed with checking the serial number of the firearm against the submission form to ensure that the firearm that I received is indeed consistent with what was submitted by the client agency. I would then proceed to record all the unique details pertaining to the firearm. That is the make, the model, the serial number, the type of magazine, the safety systems on the firearm. I would check the safety systems in order to ensure that if they in a functional condition, I would then proceed with checking the barrel to see that there are no obstructions in the barrel prior to test firing. At that time, I would also determine the direction of twist of the rifling by looking through the barrel of the firearm.
It's 67 here. It's going to be 97 on Monday. Or should I say?
But also count the amount of lands and grooves inside the interior profile of the barrel and record those. This firearm I identified as a Glock Model 19 semi-automatic pistol.
And were the safety features working correctly?
Yes.
Is that firearm in the same condition as it would be when it was purchased?
This firearm is fitted with an aftermarket, with other words, not a standard barrel. An aftermarket barrel that I...
Black ice you've got to be careful of. I remember in the UK, we had a white Christmas once over in the UK in the Northern District, and it actually snowed at like 11 p.m. Christmas Eve, so it was a beautiful white Christmas we woke up to, because we have hot summers here. And there was a point. Oh yeah, and the roads, especially down a hill, though you couldn't see it, they would just freeze up, and with black ice, and there'd be accidents everywhere.
I determined to be from a manufacturer called Silent Circo.
So I'm showing you now what has been marked and admitted as 79A. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is 79A for the jury?
This is a box magazine that is compatible with the firearm I just handled, and these are unfired cartridges that were submitted with the firearm.
And what type of rounds are these?
These are SIG head stamped 9mm Luger caliber cartridges.
So I'm now showing you what's been marked as and admitted as 52A. What is that?
This is a Silent Circo company manufactured pistol silencer.
Did you examine, or did you investigate whether that silencer can be used on State 79?
Yes, I did.
And can it be used on State
Yes, it
79?
can.
How do you put the silencer on the Glock?
Did you go after
The
me,
aftermarket
Cindy, or are you still there? Blizzard of 78. I would have been 7. $20. Wow. So what happens to all your Christmas lights, Tricia, when it snows? Does it, like, doesn't short them out, or they'd get wrecked in the snow, wouldn't they, if it was heavy? You're in Texas now. What? Okay. Lucia still doesn't help me. Yeah, fair enough.
barrel is the muzzle of the barrel, with other words, the tip of the barrel is threaded. The silencer is threaded as well. So it's basically like screwing a ball in. You screw it onto the end of the barrel.
Does it require any special tools?
No, it doesn't.
Did you put the silencer on the Glock?
Yes, I did.
About how long does it take?
I didn't specifically time it, but less than a minute.
Would this silencer be capable of fitting on another firearm?
It would be able to fit on another similarly threaded barrel, yes.
So is it fair to say that it would have to fit onto a firearm that had this aftermarket barrel?
It will only fit on a firearm that is consistent with the caliber designation of this silencer, and that basically this silencer can screw onto. It does not necessarily have to be the same manufacturer. There are actually other manufacturers that who manufacture aftermarket barrels that are threaded with the same thread pattern as found on this silencer, and therefore, strictly speaking, this silencer would also fit on those barrels. But yes, certainly it would fit on the Silent Circo aftermarket barrel that we have on the submitted Glock Model 19 pistol.
Yes.
When you were conducting your test fires, did you test the firearm using the silencer and also not using the silencer?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the firearm work properly when using the silencer?
Yes, the firearm performed flawlessly with both the silencer and the without the silencer.
Does a fired cartridge or a fired bullet, does that have different markings on it if a silencer is used?
Not necessarily, but it could. Because of the fact that the silencer is an attachment to the barrel, there are some critical issues that could determine whether the bullet is in fact going to be marked by the silencer or not. Primarily, there would be the alignment between the silencer and the barrel. If the alignment is proper between the silencer and the barrel, then generally speaking, the bullet would not touch any part of the silencer as it moves through the silencer. And therefore, the silencer would have no effect on it. However, we cannot always sort of ascertain whether it aligns perfectly by simply looking at it. And generally, therefore, in cases like this, we would also fire it with the silencer in case the bullet at some point contacts the silencer as the bullet moves through the barrel or through the silencer, and essentially causes markings that are not directly relatable to the barrel.
So after you test fired the Glock and had your known standards, did you compare known standards with additional evidence that you had received in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm now showing you. What has been previously marked and admitted as 83A. And if you can tell the jury what that is.
This is a 9mm caliber fired bullet core which I received as item and marked as item A7-1.
And just for clarification, is this core normally encapsulated in a copper jacket?
That is correct. This is not a complete bullet. This is one part of a bullet.
And did you examine 83A to one of the known standards using the comparison microscope?
I did not compare this item. A bullet core does not have sufficient markings for, or any markings for identification. Therefore, I did not do a comparison.
Okay. Is it, I think we already touched on this, but just to be clear, is it common for a bullet core to have markings on it?
It is uncommon now.
Okay.
We use rather.
So I'm now showing you what's been admitted as 91A. What is that?
This is a fired bullet jacket.
And is this what we're talking when we talk about the copper jacketing?
This is the copper jacket, so the core would literally sort of be encapsulated in this copper jacket.
And did you do a comparison with this item with the known standards?
Yes, I did.
And what were you able to obtain results?
This bullet jacket did not have sufficient marking or unique markings for identification, so I was not able to identify it to the submitted firearm.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Come on. Where'd it go? Friggin' how did it go? Oh, there it is there. All right. This guy here, Roger Foley, is a practicing
I was happy he was being
attorney
honored for
in
something, and he had a friend,
Florida, criminal defense attorney.
and that friend's mother passed away. And
Oh,
he was very remorseful, and he was talking about, you know, although we all undertake the ultimate journey, right? The
that's 'cause I've got-
destination is the same for every one of us, and we don't know when death is upon us, right? We don't know if today is our last day or it'll be 30.
Stop. I've lost it again. Yes, so this guy is in Florida. Oh, there it is there. Right, okay. Found it. Right, now this guy, so um, I got a bit excited then because I've been trying to catch this guy live for ages. He's a practicing criminal defense attorney down in Florida, and he's right on to all of the corruption and stuff down there. And I would love to get him on the show, like just to get him
Defeat some of them, and
talk
some
about it, 'cause
a lot.
he's like super honest. He basically calls out all the other corrupt people, and he generally only goes live when he's on his way home from court or on his way to court, because he does it in the car. So I just sent him a message.
Lost, and some you never get the fight. You never have the opportunity to fight,
Hoping that
and it's
he might
perspective.
come on, answer me. What are you doing to me, Rog? He's dropped down, I think. Come on. It's not me because I'm hardwired. Try again, Jody. Try again. Oh. Said I meant about having half a dozen screens open at once. It's not as easy as it looks. Let me give. Oh, there he is there. Come on. You had Angus. They're beef for beef, aren't they? What's going on? Yeah, he's got. You can see most of them are all in here, but there you go. Look, corruption and lack of ethics.
Sometimes reasonable minds are not so reasonable. I'm here working late. I'm working on a couple of cases simultaneously. And one case in particular where I just thought that the officer, I don't know, kind of came across as shady. And I said something to the prosecutor and I said, look, this doesn't exist. I think that they made a mistake. There's a problem with the case. And they said, well, I spoke to the cop and they said it's right. And I don't really go with that. So I said, well, you know, I want to get videos. I want body camera, you know, that kind of thing. State refused.
Anyway, yeah, and the other day he actually I think I put it up as a short. Oh, he was saying that he was driving to work and there was two cars beside him, two like sports cars. I can't remember what they were, but one of the cars was doing the whole, you know, stopped at the lights, rev the engines, wanting to go for a race type of thing. And the initial car wasn't really paying much attention, but once they took off from the lights, he end up like having a race with him. And so he's just like thought nothing of it. And then a couple of minutes up the road, he saw that the actual car that had started the revving of the engines to try and get the other guy to do it was an unmarked police officer and had deliberately done it to corner him. Yeah. So he pulled over and intervened. Good on him. But he calls out all sorts of stuff on that, and I would love to get his opinion on or if he knows of Mansfield or Alvarez, or if he's heard of the Treehouse murder and what his thoughts are on that plea deal. But I think he's dropped out. Okay. All right, I'll just keep an eye on that in the background whilst I get another one. Let's go back to what we were watching, shall we? Sorry about that. Got distracted. And they say I don't have ADHD. Day 3. There we go.
The bullet is consistent in caliber, consistent in land and groove widths, consistent in twist direction with the firearm, with other words, class characteristics, as I explained earlier, and therefore I could not exclude it as having been fired from the firearm either. So therefore, my finding was an inconclusive finding. I cannot say that this bullet was fired
Oh,
from the
that's
firearm, and I cannot say that the bullet was not fired from the firearm.
Okay. I'm now showing you 84A. If you could explain to the jury what that is.
This is a fired bullet consisting of both a bullet core and a bullet jacket.
And were you able to examine this item and try to make an identification?
Yes, I examined this
Really,
item
isn't it?
and determined also that it was consistent in class characteristics with the firearm, but there were insufficient individual markings for identification. Therefore, as with the other item, I was also not able to say if the bullet was fired from the firearm or if it was not fired from the firearm. I was also not able to determine if this bullet was fired in the same firearm as the submitted bullet jacket or not.
And that inconclusive result is based on a lack of individual markings?
It is based on a lack of individual
It's
characteristics,
belong to
which I
nothing, I would
explained
say
earlier,
that.
yes.
Can't tell us.
And I'm now showing you 85A. What's 85A?
85A was an item which I marked as A9-1. It is a 9mm Luger caliber fired cartridge case with an SIG head stamp.
That's the one that was under the
And
pillow.
were you able to do a comparison with this item?
Yes, I compared this firearm to the known standard from the firearm that was submitted and determined that this cartridge case was fired from the submitted firearm.
Oh,
And is that based on individual characteristics or class characteristics or both?
It is based on both. We start by looking for class characteristics. If the class characteristics are consistent, we start looking for individual characteristics. So that's the sequence. Generally, if it's inconclusive, the class characteristics are consistent.
I actually feel much better today. Thank you. I got a good sleep and I was a little bit productive today, so I feel a lot better, which is good. Thank you. So what he's just said, he shot her with the supposed pistol that was under her pillow that she had in her hand, you know, so it was self-defense. That one, that's the gun they used. So he's full of shit.
But there's not sufficient consistency in individual characteristics to make a determination. In this case, both the class characteristics and the individual characteristics were in sufficient agreement to determine that this cartridge case was, in fact, fired from the firearm.
So I am going to go back to 84.
Have you guys done all your questions?
When you were examining 84A, did you notice anything about this item?
I believe that this is the item that I removed a piece of cloth from. This item, the bullet had a piece of fabric basically lodged in the nose cavity of the bullet, which I subsequently removed.
Okay, so I'm now showing you what's been marked as states 84B. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is consistent with the piece of cloth that I removed from, or the piece of fabric that I removed from the nose cavity of the bullet.
And when you removed that, did that piece of fabric get returned to the Vermont State Police?
Yes, I returned it to them.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit states 84B.
No objection.
84B is admitted.
I do not have any other questions.
Ms. Jan?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good defense. Excellent. I suppose that would. Guys, the gun that he used if they started questioning him. They're hoping the jury didn't pick up on that. She really couldn't give two shits, could she? What's what's that? I don't celebrate Saturnalia.
Ganter?
Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth and the aids and penalties of
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name?
Courtney Ganter,
And how do you spell your last name, Courtney?
Ganter.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a DNA analyst with the Vermont Forensic Laboratory.
What's your specific job title?
I perform casework analysis on biological evidence that's submitted to the lab in relation to criminal
Definitely this
cases.
one.
Do you have any other responsibilities at the lab?
I'm also responsible for maintaining equipment, reviewing other analyst case files, making sure that we're up to speed with quality assurance guidelines.
Can you please explain to the jury what your educational background is?
Yes. I went to Drexel University from 2000 to 2004, where I obtained a bachelor's degree in biology. And then I went to Arcadia University from 2005 to 2007, where I obtained a master's degree in forensic science.
Did your formal education include the study of DNA?
It did.
Did it involve any hands-on work with DNA testing techniques?
It did.
And prior to your employment at the Vermont Forensic Lab, did you hold any other positions in this field?
I did. Prior to working at the Vermont lab, I worked for the Maryland State Police in their forensic science division in the DNA database unit.
As part of your employment at the lab, are you required to stay abreast of developments in the field?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
We're required to have at least 8 hours of continuing education every year.
Is the Vermont Forensic Lab accredited?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
And does the lab follow quality assurance guidelines?
We do.
Can you give the jury some examples of what the lab does for quality assurance?
There's guidelines in place that short tandem repeat, and these are small repeating patterns that are found in different locations in our DNA. Each nation of the
Next step.
with a series of chemicals to isolate the DNA. The second step is called quantitation, and during this step,
I want to know, basically, the knives, what they were used. I think.
we estimate multiple, it's called a genetic analyzer, bunch of spikes,
And
and
what steps do you take?
where the contamination holds. Some of the most common is suspects use that to make comparisons, but sometimes it isn't.
I think DNA is going to be one of the most boring.
Does your, can you talk to the jury a little bit about what population frequencies are?
Oh, can you not?
Vermont State Police and
Oh, another stipulation.
we're collective inside the state at the best.
La 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 la. Come on,
During, like, this item was
come on.
related
Yes,
to
excellent.
21.
Beep. Come on, come on.
Item A18, which is a sample from a blade and divot. And that sample, I was unable to develop any sort of DNA profile that would be suitable for interpretation.
Were there any swabs that you analyzed that showed inconclusive results?
Yes, there were 2 samples that I analyzed that had inconclusive results.
And can you explain to the jury what an inconclusive result is?
As I briefly mentioned before, an inconclusive result is basically saying you're not sure. The data that's present isn't really of sufficient quantity or quality to make a definitive determination.
And what were the samples or what were the swabs that you obtained an inconclusive result on?
Those 2 items were items A12, which was the barrel end of a suppressor, as well as item A19, which was another blade. And both of them resulted, the profiles that were obtained from both of those samples, when compared to the standards submitted from Emily and Joseph, was inconclusive.
And did you, were there any swabs that you obtained a result that there was a mixture of DNA profiles on?
Yes, those 2 samples that I just talked about were both mixed DNA samples.
And when you receive an inconclusive result, is it possible for you to rule out an individual from that kind of a result?
The data that's present in those types of samples, you are able to make exclusions if data does not match. In this case, that wasn't the case. Data was consistent, so I can't say for sure who the source of the DNA is, but inconclusive as to their contributions to that sample.
And so of the remaining 6 swabs, were you able to match those 6 swabs to either Emily or Joseph?
The remaining 6 swabs were consistent with Emily.
And as part of your analysis of those 6 swabs, were you able to do a statistical calculation of the profile you obtained?
Yes.
And what was the result of that? Well, let's start with item 46, well, I'm sorry, 46B, which is your item number.
A17.
Yes, A17. What was the statistical calculation on that item?
For A17, which was a blade, I obtained a partial DNA profile, meaning it wasn't a full DNA profile. And the statistic that was calculated that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual that would exhibit that partial DNA profile at only one location is approximately 1 in 51 from the combined population.
And did you obtain a different statistical analysis for the remaining 5 samples?
Yes, I did.
And what was the statistical calculation on those samples?
The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual exhibiting the DNA profile at the full 22 loci that were tested is greater than 1 in 1 quadrillion from the combined population.
What is a quadrillion?
A quadrillion is a very large number, and it's basically the next number. If you're counting by large numbers, you go million, billion, trillion. Quadrillion would be the next set.
So how many zeros is that?
There's 15 zeros.
What's the world's population?
About 8 billion.
And so how much is a quadrillion beyond the Earth's population?
So to get to a quadrillion, you'd have to take the world's population and multiply it by 125,000.
Can you explain to the jury what the truncation process is on this statistical analysis?
Really?
So we report our stats. We don't report numbers greater than 1 in 1 quadrillion for 2 reasons. One, based on our testing and doing these calculations, we recognize that once you have a full DNA profile, your numbers are generally way, way larger than a quadrillion. And that said, once you get to numbers larger than a quadrillion, which is already kind of a big number that's hard to handle, the enormity of the numbers start losing their impact. It doesn't really make a difference. They're just really, really, really big numbers. So we truncate it 1 quadrillion.
And did you get actual numbers in this case?
Yes.
And what were the actual numbers?
I'm referring to my report or my case file.
You've come at the riveting time of the DNA analysis.
For 4 of the samples that matched to Emily, the actual population, if it wasn't truncated, would be 1 in 18 octillion. So that's a number that has 27 zeros after it. For another item that matched to Emily, and this was only tested, statistics were performed on only 21 of those locations, so 1 less than the other ones. The non-truncated result would be 1 in 4 octillion.
Okay. So to summarize, you were able to conclusively match Emily's DNA to 6 items?
Yes.
And those items were your numbers. Item A10, which was a swab from a mattress.
Yes.
You were also able to conclusively match to the saw blade, which was item A12, or I'm sorry, A13.
Yes.
And then the reddish brown stain on the underside of the shower, which was item A14.
Yes.
And then 3 saw blades. Is that correct? We have, knives. A15.
Yes.
A16.
Yes.
And A17.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Just as long as your internet doesn't go out, Tricia.
Judge, I'm asking for a morning break.
We have to set up technology for our next witness anyways.
We'll take a 15-minute morning break. Thank you.
All rise.
Magic. Oof.
Please be seated.
You have to like, do you have a special vehicle you go down there, or you just put chains on your tires, or what do you do when it snows that hard?
Jury's back after our morning break. And, in the matter of State versus Joseph Ferlazzo Jr., and we'll resume.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Detective Sergeant Carrie Fiore.
Read the record. Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration.
Oh,
shall be the
Anna,
whole truth, but nothing but the truth, and the pain, and I support you.
I do.
Thank
you missed the funniest thing the other day. The first day of this trial. Right at the very end of it. Yeah, someone might have fallen asleep. And the cat was snoring. Oh. And I spoke to my mum yesterday, and she's like, you need to get out more. You're stuck in that house. I'm like, no, don't make me.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Carrie Fiore. My last name is spelled F as in Frank, I-O-R-E.
Great. And how are you employed?
I'm currently with the Vermont State Police, assigned to the Technology Investigation Unit.
How long have you been with the Vermont State Police?
Since 2007.
Were you in any prior law enforcement before that?
I was
No,
a
you're
dispatcher
not.
for a couple of years prior to.
Okay. How long have you been with the technology unit?
Since 2017.
And do you have specialized training for this position?
Yes.
What is that?
I am a Celebrite certified premium operator. I have also additional training in mobile device digital forensics. I'm a certified subject matter expert in call detail record and geolocation analysis through LexisNexis. I have a conference.
You're very educated.
The best network.
Seeing their call detail record as a CDR.
It already knows where it is. It doesn't have to wait for that device to figure it out, and then it can load up that right now it's in Burlington, Vermont. From that, there's also additional location information that can come off the phone because it's taking all of that raw location information that we call cached locations, and it's interpreting it, and it will start to apply kind of categorical information to it. For example, all of the raw location information might be here at the courthouse right now. So an iPhone might say, well, this is a significant location to me right now because I haven't moved. I've stayed at the courthouse. It also might interpret where a car is parked, even if that car or that device is not connected with a car. Based on the totality of the information, it might say, well, I was driving and now I'm stopped and therefore a car was parked somewhere.
Okay. So just as that last example you gave, if somebody has parked, when you go back in, it'll actually tell you where you parked your car. Is that right?
Yes, you can see some of that information within the settings of the device.
Okay. So then how do you analyze this data once you receive it from the carrier?
So I use a program that's called LexisNexis Accurate Tracks, and I'm able to take the different types and the different sources of location information and process it using this tool. And what this tool does is it creates a map that I can use Google Earth, which is pretty standard on everybody's computer, to be able to navigate through the location information from the different sources. In order to do that, I need those cell site lists that I can get from the carrier so I know where the cell sites are located at.
I think I put in a lot of hours last week, and I was actually going to I only had the Sunday off, so I'd done 7 days straight, and we'd done some massive streams. Then I had the podcast and a Christmas party in the middle of it, so I hadn't slept for 48 hours. Had the Sunday off, and Monday night started a new trial and thought that I was all right. Because I figured out how to run the stream, like set it up on my PC, and then I just log into my into StreamYard on my iPad, and I can pretty much do everything. But if I'm sharing a screen like this, I can't stop it or start it or fast forward it or do anything like that. So if we hit a break, I have to come back to my computer, skip the break, and then press play again. Yeah, I just was too comfortable. My feet have been getting really, really swollen sitting in the one position, so I thought I'd elevate them. Yeah, way too comfy.
Once I've created those maps, excuse me, I'll validate it to make sure that it's been processed correctly and everything's showing
The
correct.
funniest thing was, though, Anna, they all bailed once. They all still watched the rest of the stream, listening if they could hear it over my snoring. And then they all said good night to me. Then I woke up an hour later, so someone could have been sitting there for an hour just listening to me snore.
And then when I conduct my analysis, I'm really kind of looking for a couple of things. I'm looking for how that device is utilizing a cellular network, patterns that it's displaying, times when it's moving versus times when it's not. And that's all conducted through looking at maps.
Okay. And before we get to this particular case, have you been qualified as an expert in geolocation analysis and CDR call detail records in Vermont?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to qualify her as a subject matter expert.
I'll do it if there's no objection.
There's no objection. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so did you do a geolocation analysis in this case?
Yes.
And what was the time frame that you were analyzing?
I primarily focused in on October 15th through the 19th.
Okay. And why did you focus on those days?
From the cumulative case file, those were the dates that appeared of the most interest. It was also the dates from search warrants.
Okay. And did you create an exhibit for the jury outlining your analysis in this case?
Yes.
Is this it?
Yes.
It's marked as states 115. Judge, the state would move to admit states 115. Objection.
State 115 is admitted without objection.
And states 126 is the final stipulation for the court to read.
Records.
So for this exhibit, I used the T-Mobile records for Emily's number ending in 2955. I used a singular Facebook location that came from the Facebook account
Don't
Amber
say it out
Schwartz.
loud.
That was also for Emily.
It won't come.
For Joseph,
Unless
I
you
used
say
the
it as a
AT&T
hobby.
records for the phone number ending in
Skype.
8485,
But, like,
as well as the device extraction that came
Listen,
from an
she
iPhone,
looked.
which was evidence item number 14.
Okay. And all of the data that you used for these analysis was gained through search warrants. Is that correct?
Yes, this is a list of all of the files
I reckon
that
he would
were
be. He's a
obtained
hobby
via
too.
search warrants that were utilized for this exhibit.
Okay. And did you use this data to generate maps included in this exhibit?
Funny was it the other
Yes.
And what are we going to see? What is the jury going to see on these
day? And I
slides?
said, "Where's Uda Heft the hottie on the screen?" Not 2 seconds, it pops his head in.
So up in the upper right-hand corner is going to be kind of a key. So all of the data from the different sources is color-coded. So anything that's red is associated with those AT&T records for Joseph. Anything that's pink is associated with the iPhone, evidence item 14. Everything that is blue is associated with the T-Mobile records for Emily. As there was only one Facebook location, it is also colored blue, but it is not listed on here. All of the locations of interest are designated by icons. The legend is over on the right-hand side to show what those icons are in reference to. Again, this is Google Earth. This is the program that I use to look at these maps. Up in the upper left-hand corner is going to be a timeline slider. This is going to move throughout the presentation. It's going to represent the time frame that is being displayed on the map at that given time. For the most part, this is going to be in about a 5-minute increment, but there's a couple of times where it's going to fluctuate throughout the exhibit.
Okay. And looking at the right side, the A, B, C, D, just so the record is clear, they say Bass residence, Lang residence, Bear Run Road, and Lemons residence. How are those determined to be locations of interest?
Through my review of the case file information.
Okay. And you mapped the location data or information from these data sources. So what does it look like when a cell site is used?
So down at the bottom of the screen is a snippet of what the original record looks like. This particular one is from the AT&T records that we can see because it's designated by the red in color. Above it is a snippet or a screenshot of the corresponding cell site list. So when I'm looking at these records, over on the left-hand side is going to be the transactional information. This is a voice call that's showing up here on the screen. There's a date, a time, a to, a from, and how long it lasts. There's going to be a call bubble that associates that same information. The difference is that it's going to be converted into local time, whereas the original record is in time code universal, so it is converted. In the middle there is the IMEI. This is like the serial number of the device. So this is the serial number of the device that was using the AT&T network. During my analysis, I did coordinate this with item number 14 to show that it is the same device. For every cell site, there's going to be an identifier, and then there's that location, like I previously testified to, that we know the locations of them. The location of the cell site is going to be represented by that push pin on the map. That's where that cell site is physically located. There's a line that kind of goes up the middle there. That's called the azimuth. That's just basically the direction that cell site is pointing. These cell sites are pointed in, and if you imagine like a clock, they're pointed at an orientation that's in degrees. And then the red shaded area, this is called the radio frequency horizontal plane. This is something that my tool Accurate Tracks will actually map out as well. This is the estimated handoff area of that cell site. This is not coverage. This is the area in which the device likely was in order to use that cell site before it would hand off to another cell site for that better quality signal.
Okay. And what does distance to tower look like?
So distance to tower is that ranging information that I talked about earlier. This is where the network is trying to figure out where that device is at any given time. And it's measured in a variety of different ways. But in this, at the bottom, we have that screenshot of the original record. This is T-Mobile as designated by the blue. That push pin there is, again, that location of that cell site, where it is on the map. Our azimuth is depicted on here, which way that cell site was pointed at that time. And then there's a distance from the cell site. In this case, in this example, it's 3.01 miles away from the cell site. That's what that arc represents. That arc is 3.01 miles away from the cell site. So for distance to tower, what I'm looking at is that device is somewhere along that arc.
Okay. So what does the location information from the device look like on a map?
So from the device itself, it's going to be colored in pink. This is an example of a trip. So this is where the device said that a trip was started, and there's going to be that call box with that time that it started, and then it's going to move over to where the trip ended. There's no location accuracy rating for these. It's just a singular coordinate point and the time that the trip started, the trip ended. With these trips, there typically is going to be a significant location visit that corresponds with it. And that is the device saying that I was in this location from this time to this time. So there's a start and an end to the significant locations. There's going to be a couple other types of location information that came from the device, but it's going to look the same. It's going to be a dot on the map.
Okay. So I think those are all the things you said that the jury was going to see. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you conducted your analysis in this case, what did you focus on?
I focused on a timeline of events.
Okay. And is that depicted in your exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So starting with October 15th, can you walk us through your analysis? It looks like the first grouping of time is from 8:31 in the morning through 3:47 in the afternoon.
Yes. So what I saw doing my analysis beginning around 8:30 in the morning is Joseph's device was using that AT&T network, and it was down in that Northfield, New Hampshire area. We can see that the Bass residence fell within the H-plane, or that estimated handoff area of the cell sites that were getting utilized. I saw that it kind of bounced back and forth between a couple of cell sites, again, looking for that best quality signal, but staying pretty much the same. Emily's device had that distance to tower, and in this example here, when it's happening, this is about 11:37, the distance to tower actually crosses. And when I see that, it's called multilateration, the device is somewhere in close proximity to where that device is crossing at. And I saw that that happened in near proximity to the Bass residence. As I continued my analysis, I saw that kind of a pattern emerged between these devices and how they were utilizing their respective cellular networks. Joseph's device kind of was bouncing around the same ones. Emily's device was bouncing around the same ones. About 12:41 is when the evidence item 14, or Joseph's iPhone, started a trip. And that was in close proximity to the Bass residence. There's no location accuracy for that one. It's just that coordinate location. As my analysis continued through, I could see that there was a change in cell site locations for Joseph's device. Emily's device kind of stayed in that same area, but we had that trip stop, or that trip end, for Joseph's iPhone. When that trip ended, there was a corresponding significant location visit. In this particular case, it went from about 12:52 to 12:54 on the 15th. And as I examined it further to see what was down in the area of where that significant location visit occurred, I saw that it was actually a Market Basket shopping center down in that area. So after that significant location visit ended, a new trip was started. And moving forward, I saw that the device moved back to the area of the Bass residence. And that cell site information, again, I kind of saw the changes in the cell sites, and it went back to that earlier pattern that I had seen previously when item 14 was in the area of the Bass residence. This significant location visit was from 13:08 until 15:45 on the 15th. So I saw that that device had been there for a while. And going through the cell site activity and how the cellular network was pretty much the pattern that I saw. These devices weren't moving around. It was the same cell site usage, and I saw the same network activity for both of the devices. And that lasted until about 15:45. Around 15:45 to 15:47 is when I saw a change. Over on the left-hand side, I can actually see that distance to tower has a distinctive change as those distances got shorter. And that occurred at the same time that a trip was started on item 14. So in my analysis, I saw this as the beginning of movement.
Okay. And so were you able to determine where the devices went at approximately 3:47 on Friday the 15th?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like the next timeline you have is from 3:47 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
So you're going to sort of do the same thing you just did, but for that 3-hour time frame?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So once I saw that movement start, then I began to see both of the devices had a shift in cell site usage over to the west. And this is clear to me that this is now devices that are moving. As they continue to move west, it got a little busy. There was a lot of activity. Depends on the area that they're in for why there might be more. But overall, they're definitely shifting to the west. A little bit, about 4:29-ish, item 14 had a trip that ended. And with that trip ending, there was also that significant location visit that lasted from 16:29 to 16:33. These also fell within the H-planes of the cell site usage at the time, corroborating everything. When I went to examine it further to see what was in the area of that significant location visit, I saw that there was a gas station. I believe that this was in the Andover, New Hampshire area. So as I continued with my analysis, I watched that cell site usage continue to change. It was a clear pattern of movement between both devices as they started to move to the west. There was a trip that was started on item 14, and then I saw the cell site usage reflect that those devices were moving in the same pattern of travel. They went up to the Lebanon, New Hampshire area. That trip that had started previously is now ended. And I can see that that trip occurs, the coordinate location for that trip occurs in close proximity to where the distance to tower was. A significant location visit was triggered from 1722 until 1729 hours. And when I examined the area further, because both devices were in that same area, I could see it was a shopping center. The location information was kind of in that whole parking lot. There's a Target there. There was a Supercuts.
He goes out for dinner and does some shopping and, just
So that significant location visit continued for a couple more minutes. And I could see that the distance to tower for Emily's device was still maintaining that same area. And then a trip was started on item 14. as my analysis continued for this time frame, we're now around like the 1730 hours. I can see the cell site usage for both devices show that they were traveling, and they were showing the same patterns of travel
had a
and
phone.
movement in the same areas. At about 6:45 or 1845, the trip ends for item 14.
Okay, thank you. Just looking, we're looking at a lot of data here. Your testimony is that the devices are in the same area, but they don't always look like they are. Can you explain to the jury why they might be slightly different in slightly different spots if they're together?
So the cell site network is based on the respective carrier, AT&T and T-Mobile in this case. They have their cell sites put in different places. So the physical location of the cell sites might not be the same. Sometimes they're co-located, sometimes they're different. But when I'm conducting my analysis, I'm again looking for that pattern, and I can see that the general pattern is that they're in the same areas at the same time.
Okay, and in this case, one of the carriers was it Joseph's was AT&T?
Yes.
And Emily's was T-Mobile?
Yes.
Okay, and you never analyzed Emily's phone in this case, is that right?
Correct.
You didn't, because it was never provided to you?
Correct.
Okay, so this trip appears to have ended at approximately 6:45 on Friday, the 15th. Where are the devices now?
So when I look at this now, about 6:45, that trip has ended. There's a significant location visit. I can see that significant location visit falls along Emily's distance to tower again, showing that they're in the same area. This visit was from 6:45 until 6:57. And when I went to examine the area a little bit further, this is the Waterbury, Vermont area. And I can see that Crossroads Deli is in that same area of where that device was.
Okay, and are you able to tell where it goes from here?
Yes. So they're there for a little bit of time. When that significant location visit ends, then we'll see that trip start, or I saw that trip start. And then there's going to be a shift in the cell site usage. So I can see the trip started. And when I'm looking for movement, again, I'm looking for that cell site location usage. And I saw that shift happen over to the west now.
Hello, darling.
I saw that these devices then were utilizing a cell site over in the Bolton, Waterbury-ish area.
Do we actually really care about the phone data? We know that he fucked off and left her there. Oh, looks like they're backing up.
Lisa, for today, ask you to come back. We'll start again at 9 tomorrow, so be back at
Saturday,
8:45.
Sorry, day 4.
The stipulation just said, the stipulation is still.
The evidence in this case. Again, receiving shakes of the head no from all 16 members of the jury.
You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello.
Could you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Looks like a
Stephen with
bloody-
a V, Shapiro, Shapiro.
Shapiro.
How are you employed?
Currently, I'm self-employed.
What do you do as a self-employed individual?
Mostly I do autopsy still.
In the past, have you worked as a medical examiner in Vermont?
I have.
Medical examiner.
When?
I started doing autopsies up here, I believe it was 1999. I started working full-time October 2001. They made me chief in 2006. I officially retired April of 2021. And then I worked for about 1.5 years on a fee-for-service for the state of Vermont.
Right. Let's get rid of all of his
So in October
education.
of 2021, you were doing
experience?
fee-for-service for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Correct.
And get to the
work.
Important bits.
Let's use Abraham Lincoln as an example. If I asked you what killed Abraham Lincoln, you'd probably say he was shot in the head. That's his cause of death. Now, if I was to ask you what changes or alters your biochemistry and physiology of having a lead projectile go through your head, you might tell me things like direct trauma, hemorrhage, shock. All these things are non-specific. Lots of things cause hemorrhages in your brain, whether they're strokes or bullets or
Didn't miss
baseball
anything.
bats or
Trust me.
aneurysms. So just saying your grandma had a brain hemorrhage.
Okay. Look what the cat dragged in. There you go. We're just catching. We just skipped through day 3 and we're on day 4 of this wedding anniversary trial. And have you seen the autopsy? Because that's where we're up to. You must be bored, are you?
Which doesn't really help us.
Where's Christine? Has she been in your chat? Yeah, he's on the sound. Well, today is live. So we're about 20 minutes behind the live. That's what we're about to watch now.
Define what killed grandma.
Are you streaming the beaten baby one as well? Because that just started today too, didn't it? It was a new trial I noticed. You have to be. You cover everything simultaneously. 3 Charles. What's the third one? This one, the beaten child one, and what's the other one? And you still managed to get out and chat. You're a shocker. Oh, the audio on this is shocking. Oh, how do I get back onto Law and Crime? On both feeds, actually. The audio is shit. I don't know if you've been watching this one, but yeah, it's crap. He is a multitasker, yes. Harrington. What's that one? Where's my... So any updates on Ty? No news. He hasn't reached back out yet. The Deborah Redden sentencing today too. No, it's not on court today. Anywho. Steve's audio on Mrs. Oh, that's that old Miss. Okay. I didn't cover that one. And do you reckon she's guilty verdict on that one?
So that's cause and mechanism, and manner of death essentially describes the circumstances surrounding the death. In Vermont and most of the country, we only have 5 choices. Most of us die of natural causes. And then we have suicide, intentionally taking your own life, homicide, somebody else did it, accidental deaths. And sometimes we just can't.
I think that's going to be my next big purchase, is a some kind of audio mixer, a good one, so that I can adjust. I can boost it, but I just can't adjust and get rid of background sound and stuff.
Don't have enough information to classify the deaths in one of those categories, so we have the undetermined category.
Thank you. Approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Honestly, I haven't kept track in a long time, but I'd say I'm around 6,000, the heavier side of 6,000.
I was so tired. Oh, have a look at this, Steve. You'll laugh your ass off. I had the biggest week last week trying to keep up with this Zachariah Anderson trial, and I was exhausted. So I had one day off, and then I started again Monday, and this was the end of the stream on Monday. My feet had been so swollen because I'd been sitting for so long, so I decided to stream from my iPad and lay down so that my feet could get some rest. This was the end of my stream. So, the funniest thing was they all stopped to watch the end of it. Surprised they could hear it. Oh dear. I had to cut about an hour off the end of it because I didn't wake up until an hour later. Oh God, it was funny. Yeah, I was a bit tired.
Performed autopsies of individuals who have died of gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Can you estimate the number?
No, but gunshot wounds are a pretty
I
common
thought it was
thing
muted,
in
yes,
forensic
but
pathology practice.
And have you been trained to determine if an injury is caused by a gunshot wound?
I have.
Were you involved in an autopsy in October of 2021 relating to a body that was discovered in a van in St. Albans, Vermont?
This is awful.
I was.
How did that occur? How did you become involved?
It was my day. When we're in the office, we usually just, at the time, we would, there was only one other associate I had, Dr. Bundock. So we pretty much split it by week by week. It was my week.
I'd set it up on my computer and then press play, screen shared and play, and logged into StreamYard on my iPad and just had my avatar up so that I could still speak, but I couldn't stop and start the video or anything. I had to keep getting up if there was a break. But this was right at the very end of the stream. I just dozed off.
And how did the body arrive at the medical examiner's office?
The body arrived in a sealed trauma bag. And inside that trauma bag were, I believe it was 8 individual black garbage bags containing remains.
Were you, before I talk about details, were you able to identify that body?
We were.
Who was that?
Miss Emily Ferlazzo.
And how were you able to identify Ms. Ferlazzo?
Physical features and circumstances.
As part of the autopsy, was there any toxicology testing done to determine if Ms. Ferlazzo had any substances in her system at the time of her death?
Yes.
Were there any positive findings of significance?
I would say nothing of significance. There were some positive findings.
And what were those positive findings?
I believe there was nicotine, cotinine, a metabolite of nicotine. I think there was a little marijuana in there, and caffeine, I believe.
Oh, whoop-de-doo.
Did Ms. Ferlazzo have any alcohol in her system at the time of her death?
I don't have the report in front of me, but I don't believe she did, no.
If, would seeing your report refresh your recollection on that?
It would.
Can you hear that background noise?
Showing you what's been marked as 113. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
No.
Well, this is a copy of my autopsy report. It does not have the toxicology report
live
attached to it.
With work.
I apologize. Was anyone else present when you conducted Ms. Ferlazzo's autopsy?
There were several people there, yeah.
At the start of your autopsy, did you do anything with the 8 garbage bags before you opened them?
All of the bags were x-rayed
Were there human remains in those bags?
in some of them.
Which bags contained human remains?
It would help
okay,
me if I
so
had my report, but I believe it was bag 3 through 8.
she hadn't been on for 12 days, but had a stream yesterday. That's it. I think she had quite a few teeth removed, and I think she got an infection. So I don't think she's been very well.
And do you recall what was in each bag?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Oh, don't say that. Not off the top of my
When you
head.
were able to open all of the bags, was all of Ms. Ferlazzo's, well, what was in the bags?
There was a dismembered body. All the anatomic parts were there, so it was a complete body.
Did you measure and weigh the body?
Yes.
How much did the body weigh?
There's no way I'm going to remember that, Counselor.
Would say in your report refresh record?
It would.
What does it matter?
So the combined weight of all the parts we had is 128 pounds.
So just so the record is clear, could Dr.
What's that in
Shapiro
kilos?
indicate what page he's referring to in his autopsy report and that the information is coming from the autopsy report? Thank you.
So this is from my report on page 3 of 7 under the external examination. I have her as an estimated length of 5'3" and a weight of 128 pounds.
Upon inspection of the body, did you observe fatal injuries?
I did.
Can you describe those injuries?
Ms. Ferlazzo had 2 gunshot wounds to her head. The entrances were on the left side, the exits on the right side. She also had multiple post-mortem after death stab wounds.
Oh, you. It
Before we
was
talk
after.
about that, I want to talk about the gunshot wounds. And you said left side. Is that Ms. Ferlazzo's left side of her head?
It would be, and if I could have my report up here, it would make me more comfortable with this stuff.
So he
Thank
stabbed
you.
her after he shot her with her own gun. The one that she was supposedly pointing at him.
Entrance wounds on the left, exits on the right.
This may seem like an odd question, but how did you know that it was 2 separate gunshot wounds?
There were 2 separate
holes?
gunshot wounds.
That is a stupid question.
When you're viewing a gunshot entrance wound, is there a way for you to tell whether the barrel of a gun was pressed up against the skin?
There are.
How do you determine that?
It's one for the
So when we talk
Oh,
about gunshot wounds and range of fire, how far away the barrel was from the target, really there's only 3 basic kinds. Contact wounds, and this is all based on all the other stuff besides the bullet that comes out of the end of the barrel. There's gases, there's unburnt powder, there's burning powder, there's a lot of stuff that comes out, smoke. So if the barrel is pressed right up to against the target, all that other material goes inside the body. If it's a little farther away, not up against the body, we're able to see those particles that embed in the skin. We call that stippling. Sometimes there's smoke, fouling, and that can give us, if we go and test fire the weapon, we measure what's on the skin surface or the target surface, and then we can do test firing of the weapon to determine a range of depth. If you move past the distance where those little particles and smoke travel, we call that, even if it's only 1 inch past there, none of that stuff is on the target, and all the wounds would look alike after that, whether it's 10 feet away or 150 yards away, because there's nothing there, and there is no way for me to determine the distance wounds, and there are other caveats involved.
Did you observe any of the stippling on Ms. Ferlazzo's entrance wounds?
I did not.
No, he did it through a
Would the
cushion.
presence of another object like fibers or cloth or clothing prevent stippling?
That was the caveat I was putting in there.
When you're viewing a gunshot exit wound, are there differences in how that appears during autopsy depending on whether the person's skin is up against an object?
There are.
And can you explain to the jury what that looks like?
So when a bullet's fired, it's spinning along like a football, a nice spiral pass. As soon as that bullet hits something, it begins to yaw or tumble. So if it'll go in with that nice spiral, it will make a nice round hole. As it passes through and it's tumbling, goes to the other end, and whether it comes out backwards, sideways, we don't know, and it lacerates, it tears the skin on the way out. If that skin on the exit wound is pressed up against something, when it lacerates out and the skin moves out, it smacks up against, and this all happens in less than a blink of an eye. It smacks up against that surface it's on, and it causes a little abrasion ring around it, which looks very much like an entrance wound.
Does the way that this looks depend on whether the object the skin is against is hard or soft?
It really just has to be a tight, something up against the skin, whether it's a wall, a chair, a bra strap, something that holds the skin together.
So to be clear, there needs to be some contact.
Yes.
Did you observe anything with regard to the 2 exit wounds on Ms. Ferlazzo that indicated whether or not her head was laying against anything when she was shot?
Both of the,
May we approach, please?
Where's your objection, lady?
paragraph under gunshot wound of entrance, marked A, in the 3rd paragraph, on the edges surrounding the wound is an approximately 1/8 inch ring of abrasions, parentheses, short exit wound. And on gunshot wound B in the 3rd paragraph, I described it as an approximately 1/16, there is an approximately 1/16 surrounding abrasion, parentheses, short exit wound.
So based on those observations, what were you able to conclude?
That Ms. Ferlazzo's head was against something when she was shot.
Were you able to determine a manner of death for Ms. Ferlazzo?
It was.
And what was that?
It was a homicide.
What is the definition of homicide in an autopsy?
Really, it's a medical definition, but it's really death at the hands of another.
Were the injuries from the 2 gunshots the sole cause of Ms. Ferlazzo's death?
Yes.
So we talked a little bit about this, but I'm going to ask some specific questions. In addition to the 2 gunshot wounds, you also indicated that Ms. Ferlazzo's body had additional injuries. I'd like to talk about the stab wounds first. How many stab wounds were on Ms. Ferlazzo's body?
There was a total of 18 separate stab wounds.
Page number.
That I just added up on the front sheet, the first page, under final diagnosis 2, postmortem dismemberment and stabbing, A, chest 1, abdomen 8, back 9.
I think he's gone now, Christine.
Were you able to determine whether these 18 stab wounds occurred before or after Ms. Ferlazzo died?
I was.
How were you able to determine that?
So when you stab somebody or wound somebody in any way, you disrupt the small vessels, the microvasculature. Well, sometimes you disrupt big vessels too, but there's bleeding involved. The bleeding is really a result of having blood pressure. Your heart's beating, your vessels are all having a liquid under pressure. So when those vessels are disrupted, the blood essentially squirts out and causes hemorrhage surrounding those wounds. Ms. Ferlazzo's wounds did not have any evidence of that. Vital reaction is what we call it.
Are you able to determine how long after she died those stab wounds were inflicted?
No.
Were you able to determine what type of instrument was used to inflict those stab wounds?
A sharp
Stab wounds, all had similar features. Once again, I'm referring to page 5 of 7. The stab wound of the chest had a blunted edge and a sharp edge. The stab wounds of the abdomen all had sharp edges and blunt edges, and so did the stab wounds of the back. Essentially, what this is a single-edged blade. If you take a blade, one side is flat and the other side is sharp. Pretty much any knife is like that, or most single-edged knives are like that. So when it goes into the skin, you'd see there's a blunt side and a pointy, sharp side of the wound.
When examining a wound on someone's body, is it possible to determine whether it's a slice wound or a stab wound?
Yes.
And how does a medical examiner make that distinction?
So essentially, by definition, these are what we fall under sharp force or cutting injuries. Incised wounds or slices are longer on the skin surface than they are deep. Stab wounds are deeper than they are long. And in a lot of situations, there's lots of overlap.
And in this case, were these incised wounds or stab wounds?
These were all stab wounds.
The one wound to Ms. Ferlazzo's chest, did that cause any other injury in her body?
It did.
And what was that injury?
I'm referring to page 5 of 7 under stab wound of chest. It perforates the pericardial sac, that's the sac around the heart, and causes the 3 distinct defects of the heart.
Thank you. Can you generally explain to the jury where the stab wounds were located on Ms. Ferlazzo's abdomen? I guess to clarify, were they scattered or were they linear?
They were sort of grouped. I described them as grouped, but the group was not, very tight.
And what about on her back?
The same thing.
This bastard stabbed her 18 times after he'd shot her in the head twice.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the dismemberment. How many pieces was Ms. Ferlazzo's body in?
6.
You can make me count.
Page number, please.
Yep. So in bag number 3, this is on page 2 of 7, there was pretty much the left lower extremity minus the left foot.
Drive safely,
Bag number
sweetheart.
4,
Drive
same
safely.
page, was Ms. Ferlazzo's head. Bag number 5 was an upper extremity and a foot. I'm on page 3 of 7 now.
May we approach?
Oh my God. Yeah, there was 8 bags, but there's only 2 legs, 2 arms, a torso, and a head. Well, tell her to be careful then. or get it delivered to you. That's what I do. Yes, although I've got a really, really big generator, but my daughter borrowed it to go camping about 6 months ago, and I've never seen it back. In fact, there's quite a few things that I haven't gotten back. Oh, okay. Mhm. Oh. Yeah, I don't want to look at your face.
Were you able to determine whether the dismemberment of Ms. Ferlazzo occurred before or after she died?
Oh,
Yes,
And what was the conclusion you reached?
this was post-mortem after death dismemberment.
Again, were you able to determine how long after she died that this dismemberment occurred?
No.
Were you able to determine what type of instrument was used to dismember Ms. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
How does one make that determination?
So this was a sharp-edged instrument making well, I won't even say that, making cuts. And then there was evidence of a serrated instrument used as well.
How does that manifest itself on the body?
So the serrated lesions essentially show abrasions at the cutting edge, which correspond to a serrated weapon. They look like serrations.
I'm now going to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 60 and 61. Is this the type of serrated edge that could make the marks that you saw on Ms. Ferlazzo's body?
It is.
And lastly, I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification as 113A and ask if that would refresh your recollection, and I'll ask one final question.
It does. 113A is a 4-page copy of the toxicology report from National Medical Services, NMS Labs, which is the company we use for a reference lab at the office.
And does that refresh your recollection on whether Ms. Ferlazzo had any alcohol in her system at the time of her death?
It does, and she didn't.
I don't have any other questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Shapiro.
Hello.
So you testified this morning that that the postmortem injuries, you could not estimate how long after death these injuries may have been inflicted, right?
That's correct.
You also testified that there was no soft tissue hemorrhaging, that is accumulation of blood at the site of the injuries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in order for that to, for there to be hemorrhaging,
The
the
heart
blood
needs to
has
be
to
breathing.
have continued to flow when the injury was inflicted. Is that right?
Flow under pressure. There is gravity still works on liquid blood, but there was no evidence of vital reaction, Counselor.
And you remember my taking your deposition earlier in this case?
I do.
And we discussed this subject of how long after death you could estimate postmortem injuries having occurred. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you mentioned that there were multiple variables that could affect how long the blood continues to flow through the body. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Humidity was one of them, wasn't it?
Yep.
And temperature.
Temperature.
Yes. So in
Happiness.
conditions of high humidity and high temperature, the fluid in the body dries up faster. Isn't that right?
I would say it's the other way. If it's moist, it will stay liquid. If it's the conditions around are dry, it tends to dry faster.
And you have no information about what the conditions were inside the camper at the time of dismemberment. Do you?
What point does that make?
And I did push you to estimate whether it could have been 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 hours after dismemberment, didn't I?
I don't remember exactly, but probably yes.
And you did opine that it was at least 5 minutes after dismemberment because of the lack of soft tissue hemorrhaging. Do you recall that?
I don't, but there was no soft tissue hemorrhaging. That would have happened pretty quickly once you stop having blood pressure and heartbeat. Yeah, I couldn't say with certainty how quickly after death that the postmortem injuries were inflicted.
Like it makes any difference, really?
Could you tell from the autopsy that you conducted whether the stab wounds were inflicted prior to the dismemberment?
I could not tell that.
So you couldn't tell what happened first?
That's correct.
So I'm just looking through
What does
your
that matter?
deposition testimony. And so as you sit here today, do you disagree that it could have been 5 minutes after death that these injuries may have been inflicted?
Could be, yes.
Okay. Have
Yeah,
nothing else,
that's
thank you.
right. You have nothing.
No redirect.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Who's Jay Lee?
Does the state have any further witnesses?
We do not judge, aside from fixing one of the stipulations, the state has no further evidence.
State rests.
State rests.
Party want to approach for a moment?
What kind of what have the defence got? I wonder. Who are they going to call? Oh, I can't stand looking at him. Oh, I go on a break. Oh,
Years back on, I apologize, Judge.
we're about 5 minutes behind now, I think, from real time.
The state has failed to prove Mr.
Oh,
Ferlazzo was
that's
charged
clear,
with
Mr.
first-degree
Tom.
murder. The elements are that it was that he caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo, that the killing was unlawful, that it was willful, premeditated, and deliberate. In this case, we heard testimony by Mr. Ferlazzo in his interview with the police that that he was overcome by rage. Oh, he was hot, he lost focus, blurry, a wave came over him. These are indications of passion or provocation. Therefore, I think that there is sufficient evidence that's already been admitted to the court that Mr. Ferlazzo was overcome by passion or provocation. That would make this not a first-degree murder case.
Judge.
And the state has failed
was
because it's their burden once there's testimony of passion or provocation to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the absence of passion or provocation. There are, according to according to Belaski, 4
Just deny the
to
motion,
establish
Judge.
provocation. Adequate provocation, I believe, has been shown. Inadequate time to regain self-control or cool off. I anticipate the state's argument is that Mr. Ferlazzo said that he waited 5 to 10 minutes after he was attacked by Emily before he shot her. There's no testimony that was
He shot her with her own gun.
Cool off. No testimony whatsoever. The third is that there was actual provocation, and he's testified to that. And that the fourth is that there was an actual failure to cool off.
So isn't it the jury's determination of whether the provocation was so great as to create heat of passion that would not justify but reduce the killing from, and usually, by the way, the instruction given is usually for second-degree murder, because the case law is pretty clear that if you find premeditation and deliberation, you necessarily are not finding great. So I'm sure that's a discussion we're going to have later on when we deal with the jury.
I'm prepared to address that, Judge, in State v. Yo, which was charged as a first-degree murder case.
Right.
The instructions included not only second-degree murder, but voluntary manslaughter.
That's right.
And so it's not, Belaski was a second-degree murder case.
No, I'm not suggesting you may not have a voluntary manslaughter charge here. And the instruction you're wanting for the second-degree murder.
That'll just be a lesser included on the verdict form.
Suggest that that really is a second-degree murder charge, not a first-degree, because there's I think it was the defense lawyer who properly said that there's an inverse relationship between premeditation and deliberation and great provocation and sudden passion. But in any event, that will
In any event, Judge, my motion for judgment of acquittal is based on the fact that there was testimony by Mr. Ferlazzo in the admitted state's exhibit of his videotaped interview with the police, that he was under great passion and provocation, and there was no testimony introduced to rebut that in any way, much less beyond a reasonable doubt. That's my motion for judgment of acquittal.
So it's largely on the premeditation / deliberation pieces as compared with great provocation. Is that?
That's right.
Ms. George, did you want to respond?
Just briefly, Judge, I think that the state's perspective of the evidence is that there was no provocation. By Mr. Ferlazzo's own words, there was certainly not adequate provocation. There was, by his own words, more than adequate time to cool off. He first said 10 to 15 minutes, but even giving him the benefit of the doubt, 5 to 10 minutes is more than enough time from the state's perspective, at least for the jury to find that there was adequate time for him to cool off. There was no actual provocation. In his statement, he multiple times says that he was sitting there and she was trying to unfurl his piece, and that he was listening to the rain, and then he decided enough is enough. And not only got up and immediately just killed her, he got up from the couch, he walked over to the closet, he got his gun out, he grabbed a throw pillow, he jumped on the bed, he put the throw pillow over her face after she said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And then he not only shot her once, but he shot her twice. I think from the state's perspective, those are all really clear evidence that this was not provoked, and that he had time to cool off, and he made a very clear decision, and in his own words said that it was the worst decision, but that he made a decision to stop her.
Thank you. The court will deny the motion. As parties know, this is on Rule 29, you take the evidence in the case in most favorable to the
They all
state. You
try,
don't
though.
consider modifying evidence at that time. In terms of just because voluntariness
And the
of this confession
dismemberment.
has been assessed, neither party is arguing that for purposes of this motion, but I will note for the record that the statement clearly Mr. Ferlazzo immediately says he wishes to talk to Detective Orris after Detective Orris and I've seen it done very differently, very carefully goes over his Miranda rights with him. Frankly, the court was impressed with the time he took to do that. And Mr. Ferlazzo making it very clear, he said, "I want to talk to you. Let's not beat around the bush." So from a voluntariness, I think that, again, I just want to put that out, that certainly there's been sufficient evidence shown from which a jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that the confession is voluntary. Because I think I have to address that since both parties discussed the statements that Mr. Ferlazzo made to Detective Orris. And then, of course, he admits we have to prove in a first-degree murder that it was Mr. Ferlazzo who caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo. That's not disputed. He shot her twice in the head, that it was unlawful. Shooting someone twice in the head while they're lying down would be unlawful. That it was willful, that there was intent to do it. He stated he had had enough. And he shot her. And the question is premeditation and deliberation, which is the focus of a first degree versus a second degree and or manslaughter instruction. And for premeditation and deliberation, they're independent concepts, but obviously integrated. Deliberate is the ability to think and process and something, and premeditation is to have a plan beforehand. That's very simplistically said, but that's the interaction between the two. Neither can be, deliberation and premeditation can occur over the course of months or can occur over the course of seconds, at least as the Supreme Court has thus far noted and has restated in many courts throughout the country. And so in this case, the evidence of premeditation and deliberation is Mr. Ferlazzo's own words, that he had had enough, that he felt Emily was going to ruin his life, and he didn't think it was going to stop. We don't know exactly what she was saying while she was lying in bed, but his words were that she had stopped fighting with me, was lying in bed. And when I determined enough is enough, I went to the closet, retrieved my Glock. Certainly, that can be a plan to get that can be deliberation. How am I going to do it? And he gets his Glock. Apparently he gets a red pillow that may have been on the couch. Another red pillow was there, goes over to her, puts the pillow over her face. And after she says something to the effect, "You've got to be fucking kidding me." He shoots her twice in the head. That is a plan. That is deliberation, or at least it could be thought to be. Obviously there are defenses to that, Ms. Jantz, but as you know, that's for a jury to decide whether either the event occurred too quickly to reduce it potentially to second degree, or there was such great provocation for a jury to think such provocation was justified to the extent of reducing the charge either from first or second degree to voluntary manslaughter. But that's a jury determination. Certainly there's significant evidence from which to find that there was premeditation and deliberation. What no one has discussed yet is the very deliberate efforts he made very soon after the death of Emily to cover up what had occurred. But it could be argued, and I won't go through all of that because I'll leave that to argument later on, but a systematic effort to cover up the death once it occurred. Again, the state and defense may have very different theories as to why that was done, what was going through his mind. But for purposes of a Rule 29 motion, there is sufficient evidence from which, again, a jury could find that those steps further support premeditated and deliberate conduct, and certainly intent on the part of or willfulness on the part of Mr. Ferlazzo, another element of first-degree murder. So for those reasons, we will deny the state's motion for a judgment.
I understand the court's ruling and reasoning. I do object to the court's conclusion and ruling, and also note that there has been no testimony concerning a motive for any post-mortem injuries, none whatsoever. And so attributing those injuries to a state of mind is not supported by the record.
Well, he did say he was going to take the body and place it, bury it in the woods, I assume. And one could infer that it's easier to bury if they're separate parts.
My understanding is that he actually tells the police that he cut her up so it was easier to carry her.
I mean, so
Neither of those statements indicate the reason behind the dismemberment. They are if. So
I hear your argument, and I
understand.
appreciate your effort.
Thank you.
I just think the inference can be drawn that it was done for the purpose of burying the body. And again, I won't go into other things that may support that, because I think that's really better left for argument of the parties.
And for the jury to determine.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep this fairly minimal but sufficient, so as not to suggest any argument to the state, and certainly to more so to protect the defense from any argument I might introduce to the state. So with that, are we ready to proceed? Is the defense planning on having a case today?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Is the court going to ask Mr. Ferlazzo if he intends to testify?
Yeah, Mr. Ferlazzo, what choice have you made in that regard? You understand it's completely your choice, obviously done with advice of counsel. You have an absolute right not to testify if you don't want to, and the court, if requested, would instruct a jury. It could not use that against you in any way. You also have the absolute right to testify if that's your choice.
Yes, I do want to testify.
Okay. Then are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes.
Who's going to take the stand?
Arrested, does the defense wish to present?
Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Morning.
Good morning.
What's your name?
Jeppe Ferlazzo.
Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yes,
You're the defendant in this case, correct?
correct.
So Joseph, we're going to take things one subject at a time, okay?
Very good.
How are you feeling this morning?
Very nervous, very anxious, very tired.
You poor
Yeah.
thing.
Okay. Reaches a point where you feel you need a break, let us know, please.
Yes.
So let's start with some easy information. Where were you born?
I was born in Pennsylvania, in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Is that where you grew up?
Yes, that is where I grew up. I was there until I think maybe 11 or 12 years old.
Everybody hear him?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, move the mic closer.
Can you hear me now?
Better? When did you move to Vermont?
I moved to Vermont in 2012.
Were you working as a tattoo artist at that time?
Yes, I was.
When did you meet Emily?
I met Emily in 2018.
And to be clear, we're talking about Emily Ferlazzo, who was your
Right.
wife, right?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
Well, I had initially met her through her friend Lauren. I can't remember her last name. Lauren. Yes.
What were the circumstances?
The circumstances were I was teaching Lauren. She was serving a piercing apprenticeship. She was apprenticing to be a body piercer.
And you were giving her lessons on
Right.
how to do that?
That's correct. Yes, she was. She was apprenticing under me to learn how to do all body piercings.
And was Emily with her?
So when Lauren was preparing to start working with clients, she had a sort of a nervous disposition, and it made it so that she was very shaky. And she looked visually like just to see her, she looked like uncomfortable holding a needle. It was a very shaky hand, and I was like telling her how working with the shop's clientele wasn't going to happen until she was more comfortable. So I suggested to have some friends, people she was more comfortable around, and
What do you mean?
in hopes that she would stop shaking and would be able to do a nice, steady, precise piercing.
So let me make sure I understand what you just said.
Yeah.
Were you suggesting to her that she do a piercing on somebody she knew?
Exactly, yes, a close friend or someone that she felt comfortable with. So
Okay. And who was that person?
it was Emily.
And that's how you first met her?
That's how I first met her, yes.
And did you have any kind of extended conversation with Emily at that point?
In the beginning of the piercing procedures, it was all business. Really just instructing Lauren where to mark, how to prep the skin, things to look for. My conversation with Emily didn't occur until after all of the piercings had been completed, and then the mood sort of changed a bit. It was a little more relaxed, and everyone could just sort of like chop it up, just chat with each other. And we had started talking, and she was awesome. So we talked for a while, and when she left, I made a comment to Lauren. I said that I was like, that friend of yours is something special. I said I wouldn't mind making her my next ex-wife. Lauren laughed.
You didn't start dating her at that point, did you?
No. I think she was seeing somebody else, and I was seeing somebody else. But we definitely hit it off.
Okay. So how did it come about that you met Emily again?
I had moved to Maine for a little while in 2019. And when I moved back to Vermont in 2020, and I contacted Lauren.
Why?
Requesting, hang out and see what she was doing, see where she was at with things, how her piercing had progressed, and was curious. I had tattooed her before. I was curious if she wanted any more artwork, or if we would just like hang out, do a kickback, and spend time.
Okay, you contacted Lauren. And
Yes.
Did that result in you connecting with Emily?
Well, Lauren was excited. She said, "Oh my God, I would love a new tattoo. I want one. As a matter of fact, I'm talking to my sister who wants one, and I'm talking to Emily who also wants one. So, like, we're all excited. So if you can tattoo us, like, yeah, please, like, come and tattoo us." So that's what happened.
When was that?
That was early summer, late spring. I'm not exactly sure of the month. 2020. April, May, June time period.
Okay, so that's when you reconnected with Emily.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And what happened with Emily after that in connection with you?
Well, I had done that piece of art for her, and I want to say it was maybe a week and a half, or not even 2 weeks later, that I don't know if I messaged her. She messaged me. I'm not sure on that, but what I do know is that
makes my skin crawl.
she wanted to have more tattooing done. She's like, "Oh my God, like, I really love this tattoo, like, and now I want more." Which leads me to think that she contacted me. But yeah, so that's what happened approximately. Like I said, a week and a half, 2 weeks later, she's back getting more tattoos. I'm asking her how she's been in the last 2 weeks, how her tattoo healed. her demeanor was different. She told me she had just broken up with her boyfriend. She dyed her hair a different color. She was extremely flirty, and I was receptive to that. I was like, wow, like you really seem like pretty open today. Like, and I asked her if she wanted to go have a motorcycle ride and see a tour of some of Vermont.
And did she?
Yes, she did. Yes, we took a motorcycle ride that evening. Went through the canyon, went through some of the areas down in middle Vermont, and then I returned her. She was staying with Lauren had a boyfriend named Sam at the time, and she was staying at I think it was the place that Sam was renting. So I returned her to Sam's place.
Where were you living?
I was staying with friends. I was bouncing around. I had just come back from Maine, like I said, and I was bouncing between my friend Spencer Lemon's house, which everyone met a couple days ago. You guys met Spencer Lemons. So him and my friend Sarah, who's in the court today, I was staying with her. My friends were hospitable, and they let me couch surf a bit until I got back on my feet.
By which you mean establishing your practice as a tattoo artist so that you could support yourself. Is that what you
That's
mean?
right, yes. Rent is expensive in Vermont for anyone here who rents. So I had to get my finances secure so I could, regain my independence.
So after that night, when did you see Lauren, I keep saying Lauren, Emily next?
The next day.
How did that come about?
Well, after I dropped her off and I returned, I believe I was staying with my friend Sarah at the time. And as I said, I returned to Sarah's and I texted Emily to let her know that I had arrived safely. She asked me why I did not kiss her. And I said, there's always tomorrow. And then we saw each other the next day. And I believe, so she had gone over to Lauren was living with her parents. So Emily was staying with Lauren's parents. And we went, hung out, strolled around their property. They had like a hammock. We like sat in the hammock and just like watched the sun go down, just talked, smoked a little marijuana, and just relaxed and hung out.
And after that, did you continue to see Emily?
Yes, I did. Almost every day, almost every single day for the rest of, the whole rest of the summer. Technically Emily was living in New Hampshire with her parents, but she would visit Vermont, like I said, almost every single day. So she would either stay with Lauren or Sam, or she would get a hotel room, or she would stay with me if I would be staying at my friend Spencer's house. So the rest of the summer we were together.
You were together.
Yeah, it was very magnetic. Like we were stuck to each other.
Magnetic?
Magnetic.
And how would you describe your relationship besides magnetic?
Euphoric.
You were happy?
I was happy.
Why?
We just clicked. I feel like we were both just kind of traveling the same wavelength.
So she's was a good bit younger than you, right?
That is correct.
Did the age difference ever become an issue in your relationship?
If it was an issue, it was really just two onlookers, our friends. Some of our friends had opinions about relationships with an age difference. But to me personally, no, I did not have an issue. We got along very well, and I just told my friends, like, it is what it is. Like, it's going good. So,
Everything was good.
right.
And did there come a point where you and Emily decided to get married?
Yes.
How
Yes.
did that happen?
Well, that happened at the end of the summer. I want to say it was somewhere around August. There was finally enough money in the account to afford first, last, and security, and we found an apartment. Actually, she found the apartment.
Absolutely.
We were looking at several places, and then she had just out of
That was a
happenstance just found
judgment.
an
That
ad that was
was.
recently put on. She called the number. The guy was like actually there. He's like, I'm here right now. Just come over right now. We just sort of fell into it, and we liked the place. And I said, if you lived in Vermont, we could definitely see each other a lot more. You wouldn't have to travel back and forth to New Hampshire. And she jumped at it. So we moved in together in August. The place was in Essex. And then I want to say it was maybe a month into living there. It was like September. I don't exactly remember what I was doing, or if I had stepped out, or if I had just come back, or if I was working with someone. And then I just remember I came into the kitchen and she had this look on her face, and I was like, what's going on with you? And she breaks out into this huge smile, and she pulls out this ring and a card, and she hands me the ring, and I read the card, and it says, will you marry me? Check yes or no. And there's 2 check boxes with a yes and a no next to them. And then I look up, and she's like filming me. And I took the card and I checked yes, and it was the cutest thing. Yeah, I said yes, and that was my first time ever being proposed to. So
you were happy?
I was happy.
And did she seem to be happy?
Yes, she was.
And during these first few months of your relationship, what I've already asked you, you said it was euphoric and you were both happy, right?
Yes, that's right.
What's the matter? You're looking a little.
Yeah, I'm feeling very emotional right now.
Yeah, because you're going to jail for a long time. You piece of shit.
What's bothering you?
I miss her.
Oh, but fucking late now.
Let me know when you're ready to start again.
I'm okay.
You're okay?
I'm okay.
So you said that
Yes.
in September,
In September,
you and she decided to get married.
that's right.
And when did you get married?
We got married on October 10th, 2020. So what had happened is we sat down and had a conversation about what dates we thought were going to work. And after the conversation, I reached out to a friend of mine by the name of Teresa, who was an ordained minister. And when I messaged Teresa, I said, hey, can I call you and can we talk? So I call her and I ask her if she'd be interested in marrying Emily and I. And she said that she would happily do it. And I told her the dates, and she's like, yeah, like that's a couple of weeks away. Like, let's go for it. So we did. We got married
Where?
in Burlington.
Well, we've seen the photo, your wedding photo.
Yes. I saw it. Was it yesterday or?
Hello, Edith. Welcome.
Since all this happened, I haven't been able to.
Wanker.
I haven't been able to remember. And that was like one of the first times that I saw that picture, and
How did it make you feel?
it hit hard.
What? As hard as 2 bullets to the head and 18 stab wounds and a dismemberment.
But yeah,
Why did it hit you so hard?
we were so happy, and
I just hate how she's making him like she's what do you call it? Mollycoddling him. It's just like, oh, you poor thing. Like, fuck off. Just fuck off.
you know, you had said something to me the other day about our lives have a trajectory.
Yeah.
And
Instead of 2 bullets to the head.
standing on that dock.
I'm going to object. This is a non-responsive answer.
Yep.
I'm going to allow it.
Thank you. You can, standing on that.
So yeah,
dock.
standing on that dock and looking at where I am now, like it just makes me very emotional.
Oh, you poor
Well,
thing.
what emotions does it arouse in you?
Guilt.
Sadness and
Regret.
depression and
Good. Suffer.
just pain, heartache.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
He's
So you
definitely
got
going
married
into
Yes,
the
we did.
Burlington.
Yes, we got married in Burlington.
Looked from the photo that you were down at the waterside.
We were actually, we had snuck out onto one of the floating docks, and we were in Lake Champlain. And we had a small ceremony. It was Teresa, Emily, myself,
eat it.
and Lauren.
Fucker, eat that shit.
That
Eat
was
that
it.
turd.
That was it.
Okay. And I think you said you had rented the apartment in Essex.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So how did things go with
Good Sally sleeps on their belly.
your relationship after you got married?
It was pretty normal stuff. From the summertime,
Stop you because normal is different for
normal
each
is
person.
normal is different from person to person.
What do you mean? It was
So-
normal stuff.
Well, in the summertime, when we started seeing each other, both of us were working a lot less.
I'm going to have to speed this.
And then as it came into fall, she had gotten a job at UVM as a CNA, and she was working more, and I took the opportunity to work more. And
And let me just stop you. Were you working at a tattoo shop at this point or working self-employed?
I was self-employed, and
So where did you do the tattoos?
I did tattooing at the apartment in Essex. It was very large, and one of the rooms had lots of big windows. So it was a great room to set up as a studio.
Did there come a time when surveillance camera was installed in that room?
Yes. After
What has this got to do with anything?
after some time of Emily observing me working with clients, she thought it'd be a good idea if she were to get a ring.
A ring camera?
A ring camera for the studio room.
Why?
Well, to keep an eye in case anything happened, if anyone were to like pass out, or if I was to flirt with a client, or say something got stolen on a bathroom break, just reasons for having a security like a surveillance camera.
Okay, so I interrupted you. You said that you and she both started working more.
Right.
And in terms of your relationship, how did it go?
Well, so our relationship started out as a lot of relationships do, and it was more of just like a verbal contract, right? And by that I mean like what we're going to do, what we're not going to do.
I'm specifically, I apologize for
Yeah.
interrupting. I'm specifically asking if your relationship continued as happy as it was in the beginning.
Well, I think what I'm getting at is the relationship had changed a little bit from
The honeymoon's over now.
when I met her, I was polyamorous, and then she asked me to be monogamous, and I said that I would be monogamous with a polyamorous clause. After the monogamy had run its course, then we would just switch to polyamory.
Were you monogamous for the most part during your marriage with Emily?
I was
monogamous
for the duration of the summer of 2020, and when
we
started seeing other people is when we switched over to a polyamorous relationship.
So let me ask you this. Was this polyamorous, monogamous, a source of tension between you and Emily?
Well, the source of tension was that with polyamory, you have to be very communicative. Like, you have to talk to each other. I'm going to be here with so-and-so.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there with so-and-so, right? Like, just who I'm going to be with, where I'm going to be. Just safe practices all around, using protection so everyone can, stay in good health.
It sounds like this is not something Emily would have chosen, correct?
Yeah.
Well, I want to say that it was her idea to be monogamous because she did say to me, I don't want to share you and I don't want you to share me, which I said, that's only going to last so long until you find someone that you're interested in. And then I will find someone that I'm interested in, and then we'll just have, whether it's group interactions or if it's separate interactions.
Putting aside this tension that may or may not have existed about the sexuality of
There's always a reacher.
Your and Emily's
Reacher will always
relationship.
jealous.
How did the rest of your relationship go with her?
Well, there was obvious flaws to the communication breakdown.
Do you think?
And it started to spur arguments. I left my device open for her to see who I was talking to.
Your phone.
My phone.
Yes.
And it led to it led to violence and
explain what you mean.
Like
by
physical abuse started coming into our relationship, where she would go through my phone and then respond by beating on me.
Do you remember the first time that may have happened?
Yes, I do.
Tell me about that, please.
Well, I put my phone on the charger, and she invited me to watch a season of whatever show that she was binging, so that we would sort of both be versed in the show and we could sort of talk about it. So I said, yeah, I'll watch this show, and we'll talk about it later. So she wandered off and took my phone, gave it an examination. And when she came back from the examination, I was still sitting in a chair in front of the television, and she walked up to me and she threw my phone, and it hit me in the side of my face.
Oh.
And I turned to look at her, and she just started in with like a flurry of like punches, just hitting me in my head. And
closed hand?
Yeah, closed fists.
What side of your head? Both fists?
She was on my right side.
128 pounds, dude. What's she going to do to you?
So first she threw your phone at you, and it hit you in the head?
Right here.
What did you do?
Ouch.
I was shocked. It was the first time that I've ever seen that side of her. So, and then the punches started coming in. So I just naturally defended myself. I blocked the punches, and I sort of find my way out of the chair, and she wasn't stopping. So I had to physically catch her arms and I had to hold her arms by her sides until she sort of ran out of steam, just restraining her.
Was she saying anything to you while this was happening?
Yeah, just really, really, she was really angry. So, you're a fucking asshole. I don't want to. Do I have to swear? Do I have to
I want you
quote?
to say what she said.
Yeah. Okay.
She hurt my
Yeah, she
feelings,
would say,
so I got my rock
you're a
out.
fucking asshole. I can't believe you're still fucking talking to this bitch. You told me you were going to stop talking to her. And it was a friend of mine that I'd known for years. And I told her that I would stop being physical with this friend and that our relationship
probably a
wasn't going
friend
to
of
dissolve
hers.
because we were friends since 2014. Like, just with respect to the monogamy that Emily had requested, I stopped being physical with her.
So Emily was
This just gets
saying that she was angry. Was she angry?
Yes, she was. Yes, she was very angry. Yes, she was assaulting me.
So she was verbally angry.
My wife is very, very mean.
Yes,
hitting you.
yes, physically.
And did you ever hit her back?
No, ma'am.
So you took her by the arms
Yes.
and did she calm down?
Yes. After a bit of time, she had calmed down, and
This is a joke. You're a wanker.
when she finally stopped yelling, I opened up communication to tell her that I wasn't continuing a sexual relationship with Victoria, like I
And
had
someone that he's
previously
been
said.
friends with for years.
It was strictly friendship.
Can't tell me
only
that
platonic.
there was no
and,
emotions involved.
There was no reason for her to be upset. Like, her and I were very physical. We were always together. Like,
Who are you talking about?
Emily. Yeah,
You and
like
Emily were very
Emily and I had there was no issues where I wanted to, at that moment, like at that time, like I didn't want to be with anybody else.
Okay. And did you ever talk to her at this time, at this instance, about the fact that she had thrown your phone at you and hit you? Did you ever talk about that?
Oh yeah, actually, yes. I said that. I did. I said that. It's not okay. Like, I don't hit you, so please don't hit me. Like, I grew up in a household where hitting happened, and I don't want to continue that. And her and I had talked about bringing children into our relationship, so I thought that domestic abuse definitely needed to be like cut out of the equation.
What did she say?
Well, she had apologized after some time for her harsh reaction, and
Betcha. Oh,
we had gotten together and sort of made up. Physically, emotionally. I think that we got to a place where it didn't happen again. For some time.
How long is some time? A week, a
I'll
month?
do next time.
It was probably a
someone
good,
else.
probably a good month or maybe even a month and a half.
And I forgot to ask you, approximately when did this incident happen?
Yeah, pretty much.
I want to say somewhere
And
in
welcome,
fall of
Bolton.
2020.
Well, after you got married, right? No?
Could have been
I wanna hear
September,
it first.
October.
Okay. So fall of 2020.
Yeah,
was
fall.
the first time
Yes, right.
that you had seen, as you put it, this side of Emily.
Exactly.
Wonder why.
And so I just asked you when, if ever, did another incident occur where you saw this side of her?
Right. Yes, there was more incidents from that point moving forward. And
Did it
I wanna
coincide with
say
you
it
banging
was-
other chicks? No.
if we were in September, October,
Can't
November.
stand her.
Yeah, I want to say probably maybe late October, early November, if I'm thinking on the calendar. Hard to say exactly, but there was another instance where I recall I was sitting on the bed in our bedroom and I was sending a text message. Actually,
You know what, Cindy? He probably organised to catch up with someone and bang someone on their wedding anniversary, and that's probably what triggered her.
I think it was an Instagram message. But I was messaging a client.
A client? Really?
That,
a client.
I was interested in more than a professional relationship with.
Held up.
And Emily came in and she saw I was sending like a GIF or a GIF, however, and people say it differently. But
yeah,
like a short video clip.
Yep.
And when Emily came into the room, she had her laptop computer, and she saw what I was doing, and she assaulted me with her laptop.
What does that mean? She assaulted you?
She jumped on the bed and struck me in the head. Like she hit me. She had the laptop and she hit me with
more
it.
than once.
Where?
In my head.
What part of your head?
Like the back of my head on the right side, I guess.
Did she say anything?
Yeah, she said things like "you're a piece of shit" and "you."
Is that all?
Something about pathetic.
She's on the money.
Yeah, I don't remember a whole lot of other verbiage, but
Did she do anything else physical other than hit you in the back of the head with her laptop?
she tried to. I scurried off the side of the bed, and
What did she try to do?
she came running after me. She came scurrying across the bed, and I just sort of ran around the perimeter of the bed to stay away from her. I was saying, things like calm down, let's just talk it out.
When she hit you in the head with her laptop, did it hurt?
Yes, it hurt.
Was there any blood?
No, there was no bleeding.
Did it leave like a lump in your head?
Yeah, there was like a lump, like a goose egg.
Oh.
Did you seek medical attention?
No, I didn't seek any medical attention.
Okay. And how did that incident end? Did she finally calm down?
Yes, she did. She calmed down, and she asked me, why I was talking to this. Well, she used, she said bitch, but I told her that, I had interest, and if she wanted to, talk about it further, the door was open for communication, and she actually didn't want to talk about it further. She just wanted to get some food. She wanted to go to McDonald's and get some food and watch some Netflix.
I'm surprised she had an appetite.
Yeah.
Did there come a time when another incident occurred where she became physical with you?
Yes.
How long after the incident you just talked about did the next one occur?
That was probably, there was an incident probably the next month, and somewhere in December, I guess it would be at this point.
Who were you?
Yeah, the next month there
signing
was
up to
an incident
then?
where I was tattooing
Oh.
a woman, and Emily was listening and watching the red camera. And when the client left, she came in, and so I tattoo people on a fold out.
What does that mean?
Essentially, it's a massage table, but it's a large padded fold out table that a person will lie on to get tattoos and whatnot. Emily had come into the room and flipped the table onto its side, threw it on the floor. I had a workstation set up with a bunch of tattoo pigment. Essentially, people will call it ink, but it's different colored tattoo pigments. She like knocks everything onto the ground and comes over and starts slapping me.
Open palm?
Yeah, she had an open palm. She slapped my face, and see what had happened is I had unplugged the Ring camera.
Uh-huh.
I was
Why?
I was done being watched and scrutinized for my conversation with my friends. So I unplugged the camera, and
You
Emily
are
did not like
dodgy.
it. And
McDodge.
she came in and assaulted me.
Well, you've described her hitting you on your face
Yeah.
Yes,
with an open palm.
that's right.
Did
Yep.
she hit you in any other
Why else
way?
would you turn the camera on?
I think there was like some, she like pounded on me with like a closed fist, like on my chest.
Let me stop you for a second.
Yeah.
Do we have to
You are
listen to this
much
clip?
bigger than Emily, aren't you?
I'm 6 foot, probably about 200 pounds.
And she was much smaller than you.
She's 5'3", about 130 pounds.
So I've asked you a couple of times if what she did to you hurt you.
Hurt my feelings.
Explain to us how a woman who's that much smaller than you
Mhm.
can actually inflict pain.
Well, I think my nervous system is working pretty well because if someone hits me, I feel it and I have a pain response. She hit hard. She wasn't. She wasn't a gentle person. I wouldn't describe her as gentle.
Okay.
I wouldn't describe you as smart either.
She came in and she said, "I can't believe that you're fucking this bitch," and threw everything in the tattoo room around. And she told me she was going to have my license revoked and ruin my business and tell all her friends to not get tattooed by me.
And how did this?
Well, you took her away for the
incident
weekend
end?
and make sure that didn't happen.
I told her the same thing as I told her before, like, you got to stop hitting me. There's another way to work through this.
Yeah, divorce.
And at this point, it had been multiple times, and that's when I suggested us getting a couples therapist.
Oh, so you could fuck her
So-
too?
And you did.
Yeah, we got a couples therapist. Her name was Dr. Webster, and I was trying to find a way to
Not fuck the therapist?
not stumble across the landmines, so to speak. There
What
was
does that mean? Stumble across?
Emily had triggers, and I didn't want to trigger her to make her respond with violence. So I thought working with a therapist would be a good way that I would
Yep.
be able to understand her more.
Yep.
Like I said, we were talking a lot about introducing a child, and I thought if you're going to hit me, you're going to hit the child. I'd seen her.
Oh, shit.
I'd seen her kick my dog on occasion, and I was like, I was in love with her, and
That's
I wanted to move
exactly
forward
right.
with our relationship and have a baby, and I was scared for the baby. So the
Fuck
therapist
off,
was the
yeah.
natural choice. Give us the tools that we need to have a healthy, safe space.
So after you and Emily started seeing a therapist, did she or did she not continue to hit you?
She did. She did.
She
We
continue to be a douche?
we set up Zoom
Yeah, exactly.
sessions with Dr. Webster.
This was during COVID.
Yes, this was during COVID. And then also there was, excuse me, Dr. Webster was located in Vermont and then moved to Massachusetts. So also the distance that we just continued to have Zoom sessions instead of going to seek her out in an office setting.
But you said notwithstanding your and Emily having couples counseling, she continued to hit you.
That's correct.
Do
Yes.
you remember the next time that she hit you?
There was an incident that I do remember her assaulting me with a wine bottle.
Shame it wasn't broken.
And that time was very strange to me because there was she didn't say anything. There was no swearing. There was no nothing. Like it was odd. I got a glass of wine.
Let me stop you.
Yes,
Is this the New Year's Eve incident?
I believe so.
And this is what you remember hearing Emily's mother talk about?
Yes, I heard Adrian talking about that the other day.
Her From
Yeah,
locking herself in her room.
I do remember her locking herself in our bedroom.
So this incident you are now going to tell us about started with you getting a glass of wine.
Yes, I got a glass of wine. I was in the living room. I was sending a message to someone. I don't remember who. And Emily had walked past me, looked at what I was doing, retrieved the wine bottle.
Was it empty, full?
It was like half full.
Okay. Was a cork in it?
Yes. Yeah, she brought it back. I'm sitting on the couch. I believe I'm just scheduling, and
I believe I'm just scheduling.
Assaults me. She starts hitting me with the wine bottle in my head and arms.
Oh, I'd like to see that.
Where on your head?
In the back of my head.
So I'm going to ask you obvious questions, but did that hurt?
Oh.
Yeah, it's a wine bottle to your head. It hurts.
Where? Call the ambulance.
Yes.
And then you said she hit you on other places on your body with the wine bottle?
Yes. On my arms, I put my arms up to not get any more blows to the head, and I saw an option.
I was actually thinking about putting up a poll as to how long it was going to take deliberations, but I reckon by the time I put the fucking poll up, the jury would have deliberated.
Opportunity, so I wrestled the bottle away from her, and I took it and I held it away from her, and I pushed her away.
That would involve touching.
And I said, "Stop hitting me," and she ran into the bedroom and like slammed the door and locked it, and she didn't say anything. So I go and I try to go in the bedroom to get an explanation, and she's
you
just
don't need to.
in there.
You know fucking why.
And I'm yelling like, "Are you gonna explain yourself? Like, what just happened?"
Did she answer you?
I caught you again.
No, I just heard her. I guess she was on the phone.
Okay. How did that incident end?
It just ended with her like coming out and being like, "I want a Coke. Will you take me to get a Coke?" And I'm like, yeah. Are we going to talk about that at all? Or she's like, just gives me sort of
I don't
like
even
a
want to watch
blank
them. I can't just
look
listen
with
to
like a
it
flat
and stab me in
sort
the
of
face.
smirk, and just goes and like grabs her coat.
Were there ever any instances where there was a mark left on your face or your body by something Emily may have done?
Oh.
Yeah, she's giving me black eyes.
Was it a serration?
Scratches.
What? Tell me about the black eye.
You stab wounds?
I was trying to communicate with her about
Was there any stippling involved? No.
about how I felt like she wasn't being
First of all, let me interrupt you.
Yes.
You have approximately when did this happen?
I remember one instance when I believe it was August of 2021. We had gone to an inn, and
I want to give this guy a bleach enema.
I had asked her about, I I need a second to recount.
Can I speed him up?
Okay, that's what it was. Okay. So I thought that she wasn't being responsible with. So our arrangement, our polyamorous arrangement, sort of requires that we stay safe.
Your polyamorous relations.
I understand that, you know, sometimes in the heat of the moment, it's nice to have that spontaneity. But if you're hooking up with other people and you're getting STIs, then that means that I can't have sexual relations until you have antibiotics and they run their course, which is like a week or two. So I thought that she was being irresponsible with her arrangements. So when I told her about it, she like walked up to me and started punching me in my face. And
Closed fist?
A close fist, yeah. Yep. I think it was my right eye. Yeah, she blackened my right eye. She beat me about the head and neck. I remember like I wear earrings, and I remember my earrings just getting popped out. I was wearing a shirt and a necklace. Ripped my shirt right down the middle. Broke my necklace. My pendant went flying.
What was on your pendant? On the
Started
board?
kicking at me. It was just a barrage. Like the punches and kicks just kept coming and just didn't stop. And she starts screaming at me like, you don't trust me. Like, I told you that it wasn't like that. Like, why don't you believe me?
What did you do after she started hitting you and gave you a black eye?
I had to grab her by the arms.
I fucking hate him. I hate him.
I remember this incident. She felt.
Have you not worked that out yet?
I don't know exactly how to describe it. It felt like she started doing steroids, like, or something. Like she had so much strength that I had to hold her so tightly that I almost thought that I couldn't even hold her. Like she was like sweating and flailing and cursing, and it was an event. It was a crazy event. But I had to like hold her down, and I had to like lay on top of her and like hold her down bodily and wait. It was minutes for her to run out of steam.
That must have been terrifying.
Did you hit her back?
No, I just held her down and waited for her to cool off.
And when she cooled off, what, if any, conversation did you and she have?
Well, I told her that in the somewhere in the fray, like one of the lamps got broken. The table was knocked over. I think there might have been some like damage to the table, and you know, I definitely suggested that we make another session with Dr. Webster immediately, and I want to say she just gave me a bit of silent treatment, and then when she finally did start talking to me, it was things like, why don't you believe like what I say, like, and I just want you to believe what I say. So
yep.
I told her that I was concerned for my own physical health, because she would tell me, you know, graphic details about how she felt after intercourse with said individual, and I told her, I said, I don't want to get whatever he has. Like, if I can help it, like, I don't want to do a course of antibiotics. I'm okay with just taking some time away and just take a break.
Okay. In the interview that we've all seen, you told Detective Boris and Richardson that on average, she would hit you every 2 to 3 weeks. Do you remember saying that?
I do. In December of 2020, we had started a project, a tiny home project. We were following on social media a number of couples that were doing bus builds. So that's where you take like a small shuttle, actually any size shuttle bus or any size bus actually at all.
So they were calling
but we chose
couples
a shuttle
that were
bus. We were
doing
looking at
bus
vans
builds.
initially, large vans,
Couples.
but a shuttle bus is just larger. As I said, we're following these couples and they're traveling around and
So he was
living
trying to
out of their
hook up
tiny homes that they
fucking
built together.
electricals in buses, vans.
And like it just clicked. It was amazing. Like we were both like saw it and we're like, oh my God, we have to do this. Like said it like at the exact same time. And yeah, it was cool. So we started with a shuttle bus. We went and found one. I purchased it and brought it back to our apartment, and we started drawing up a floor plan and started building a tiny home bus life project. We also started a social media page. We called the bus Roaming Rosie.
Advertise your wares.
So that was the that was the name of the page, and
someone look that up.
I think I don't know if I had said this, but we had started following and talking with some of the other bus life people, and just trying to get as much information on it before we really set off into the exacts of how we wanted our bus to be laid out. And so when we start the build, I want to say that the bus is approximately 8 feet wide and 16 feet long for the living space. That's a very close, a very close situation when having to work 2 people into a small space. And there was a lot of times during the build where frustrations would be high, and there was violence within the bus during the build. There was all right. So like there was multiple times, but for example, I was working on laying down the floor, and to make a bit of space, I would work on one end, and I would try to have her work on the other end, so we wouldn't bump into each other. She was applying tiles to the shower and the kitchen area, and she was using like a Gorilla Glue in a caulk gun. I don't know if anybody knows what that is, but a caulk gun is about, I don't know, 14 inches. It's like a metal. It pushes the caulk out of the tube. Well, actually, it was like a glue. It was like a Gorilla Glue that she was putting on the tiles and sticking them on. And I came and made a suggestion as to how to lay it out so she would have less overhang and have to do less cuts. And I don't know, she was frustrated and started cursing at me that, like, why didn't you fucking say something earlier? Like, you're such a piece of shit for just making me do this. And I told her, I said, you wanted to do it. And, she just said, fuck you, and started hitting me with the caulk gun.
Where did she hit you with the caulk gun?
Well, I saw it coming, so I put my arm up, and she hit me in my forearm, like the side of the hand and the outer forearm.
Once?
No. This was probably like 3 or 4 strikes.
And what did you do?
She grabbed the caulk gun, and I told her to go in the house and watch some Netflix or something. Told her it's not okay to hit.
Is that what she did?
It's not okay.
Yeah, she went inside and she I believe she was watching Netflix. I didn't go in after her. Yeah, we were just taking a break to kind of let her just get her, cool down from her frustration.
So there were periods of time. So you got married in October of 2020.
October of 2020.
And over the year that you were married, you've described to us multiple incidents where Emily physically attacked you, right?
Right.
You haven't told us all about all of them, have you?
Oh, they all just sort of blend together. But yeah, it's almost always the same. Either she'll have a disagreement about who I'm going to spend my time with, or if I'm spending too much time in the bus and not giving her enough attention, but it always just ends the same with her running up and punching me, trying to punch me in the face, punching me in my body and in my arms, my chest, and mostly a lot of like arms and I just block her to keep her back. Kicking me, just she out, lashing out, just a lot of lashing out. She had expressed to me that she was abused and raped multiple times, and she would have these fits where I think she would like close her eyes and shake, and I think that she was almost like reliving something.
Calls for speculation.
Oh, yeah.
Saying what he thinks Emily is thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. I can't really speculate on what exactly she was thinking, but from my standpoint, watching a person with closed eyes shaking before they lash out and strike you made me think that way.
So you never contacted the police about any of the times that she assaulted you?
No, it's not their business.
Not their business. That's a motto that you live your life by, isn't it?
I'm an independent person. I'm a very private person. I don't want to dump my crap on other people.
Where did you learn this philosophy?
Growing up in the city, I'm from Pennsylvania. I lived in a city called Reading for a while. I lived in Philadelphia for a while. I lived in Lancaster for a while. I lived in Allentown for a while. These are all very populated cities when comparing to Vermont, which our biggest city in Vermont is Burlington, which isn't. It's not even an eighth of like the smallest city in Pennsylvania. So, when you grow up in the city, you mind your own business.
Was this something that your
Unless you want to
family believed?
Yes.
And from whom did you hear this philosophy of nobody's business, keep it in the family?
My whole family, grandparents, parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, like we all just, what happens here stays here.
And you said earlier this morning that you were physically abused yourself growing up. Who was the person who?
I can't even L it. We're actually caught up. Yeah. He sucks at breathing. I literally can't look at his face. I just want to stab him in the eye with a chopstick. Oh, have you missed a hottie on the stand before? You have to scroll back. Teresa points it out. I think was it the DNA expert or the No, it was the mobile phone data check, I think. End of day 3. Because we're on to day 4 now. Actually, I need to change that. Day 3 and 4. So, how long do we think the jury's going to take to deliberate? Take them longer to read the verdict form, I think. Yeah, and that's 45 minutes reading the verdict form and 10 minutes allocating the lead juror. Oh, I'm nasty. So nasty. Yeah, the whole problem is he wants to fuck around and she didn't. And so he just kept doing it. And so she kept cracking the shits with him. And he's like, what? What did I do? Dirty sleaze. If you want a polyamorous relationship, don't get married. Yeah, just have fuck buddies. Just be upfront and honest. I can't keep it in my pants, so I can't commit to you. Mm. No, don't move from the circle. You. I wouldn't want an STI. I don't want to take antibiotics. That would mean abstaining for a week. I can't.
Was there a time when you were growing up that social services, child welfare was called?
Yes, there was.
Tell me about how that came about.
When I was, hard to say age, but
Your
I'm
parents
gonna
top you up too?
probably estimate maybe between 6 and 8 years old. I was at school. It was a public school in Pennsylvania, and I had some bruising that one of the teachers had seen, and I got called into the office where I was questioned about my bruises, and the teacher or guidance counselor or whoever it was had said that.
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Yes,
You
I.
can't say what they told you.
Oh.
What you can tell us is what happened.
There was bruises on me, and
I'd really like to hear what the behaviour panel has to say about this guy.
they said that they were going
Objection,
to.
Your Honor.
You can't say what other people said.
Oh,
You can only tell us what happened as a
okay.
result of this.
Okay, so my family was notified that Child Protective Services.
Second, please.
Do do Do, 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 do. There's some thinking music. I don't have any douchebag music. Oh, here we can play a little bit of this. Figure out if you're going to take the piss out of me. I may as well embrace it. Now, what have I got? What have I got? What's this?
Those bruises on you.
Physical discipline from my mother. I believe that they were hanger marks.
Hanger?
Yeah, from being hit with a hanger. A close hanger.
Okay. On what parts of your body?
My back and my arms.
Okay. So
Mhm.
you were hit as a child.
Yes.
Were you ever taken out of the home as a result of
Objection, Your
this?
Honor.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question.
Sustained.
No.
You don't have to answer.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Your
So
Honor, can we approach?
Yeah.
Oh. Give me strength. Where's Tricia and all this? Where is she? She's very, very quiet. Missy, where are you? Oh, she had to get in the street, didn't she? Oh, she's missed the best bits. So I reckon we're going to go to deliberations today.
So I think you already testified that it was from your family and your growing up in cities
right.
that you learned what happens in the family stays in the family.
That's right.
And that's why you never called police or any other authorities
Right.
about what was happening to you from Emily's hitting you.
That's right.
Oh, I've just realised I've got the best sticker thing.
I think it's been testified, but I want to ask you directly. You and Emily considered divorcing at various times over the year that you were married. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Both of you individually?
Yes.
You saw an attorney about getting a divorce?
I never saw an attorney.
Oh, okay. But you thought about it?
Yeah. So, I had gone and gotten papers from the courthouse multiple times.
You did?
Yes.
And do you know if Emily ever considered divorce?
Sometimes I would be pushing for it. Sometimes she would be pushing for it. We always would reconcile.
Okay. Why did you consider divorce?
Well, I wanted her to be more responsible with her financial obligations. I wanted her to pay for her own vehicle, her own insurance, her own cell phone plan, her own credit cards. I said I was fine paying for the food, but she had to step up and pay her bills.
So you're
that she
a
came
tight
into
ass
the
as well.
relationship with.
So you didn't mention that her hitting you was a reason why you might want to get a divorce, did you?
No, she never hurt me.
Well, you told us that she hurt you.
Well, she never caused severe physical injury that wasn't gonna recover from. It
Ah,
was just
but
kind of
you-
normal stuff. Like I got, I got hit when she got frustrated, and I was trying to figure out ways that we could work on her triggers. So we worked with the therapist. We did things like have pillow fights instead. Like I would just like give her a pillow to hit me with, or hit Remy with, because she could swing away and she wasn't going to hurt us with a pillow.
So you just testified that it was normal for to lash out physically when a person gets frustrated.
All right, it might not be normal for everyone, but most of my relationships, the women in my life have been aggressive, and
I wonder why.
I guess I could say physically abusive.
So
Sorry, my
you
bad.
tolerated being hit.
Yes.
Am I hearing you?
Yes.
I wonder how many women are on the jury.
Okay. Judge, may we approach briefly?
All the women in my life hate me. Is there a common denominator there? He really is digging his own grave. I trust Cujo more than I do him. Good one.
Okay. So I want to talk to you now about the weekend of October 16th.
Can you not be so fucking condescending?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Where had you and Emily been living prior to that weekend?
I've been staying with my friends, the Langs. Well, I've been staying on my friends, the Langs, Sarah and Jason Lang's property.
I'll allow it.
Living in our tiny home bus that we were building. That was some summer going into fall of 2021.
Mhm.
So let me,
And then,
go ahead,
oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I didn't mean to. Okay. So at some point, I want to say it was like end of the summer, beginning of fall. We had planned to do a trip in our tiny home, and I'm going to call her Roaming Rosie. So we were going to take Rosie and have a trip where we would be living remotely, sort of off grid, and there was a plan to put a solar power, like a solar power system into Rosie. Emily was very interested in having the ability to charge her cell phone, so she could watch Netflix and just have some creature comforts while being off grid. So she said she was going to pay for the solar setup, batteries, converters, panels. She said that her stepfather, David, would assist in installing the solar system.
Physically help.
Yes, he would. Yeah, she said that he would. She said David will help put the solar system in the bus. So, she had come, she came to Vermont and she said, you know, today's the day, let's go to New Hampshire. And I was like, you haven't even gotten the stuff. Like, you don't have the, I don't think she had the funds at all to buy the solar equipment.
The question was, I want to talk to you about the 16th.
Oh, yeah, so I was sorry.
The question was, where were you living at that time?
Oh, so we were in New Hampshire for the reasons that I was just talking about.
So
And
you were just giving us a background of how it came
yeah,
about.
that was,
Let me just finish the question.
I'm sorry.
That you were staying with the Basses.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And how long had you been staying with them?
I think that I came to New Hampshire in September of 2021. I remember Adrian saying something about it the other day, and I can't really remember fully, but that sounds sort of accurate. So yes, staying in New Hampshire with the Basses when we left for our trip to Vermont.
Okay. What was the purpose of the visit to Vermont?
A family reunion was the purpose of our visit. My sister, she had come to Vermont for a weekend getaway with her boyfriend, Ariel. And this was going to be an opportunity for Emily to meet some of my family.
So just to remind everyone, because we heard Nikki's testimony, she's about 8 years younger than you.
That is correct.
And so I think you told us you left the house when you were about 16. Is that about right?
That is correct.
So she would have been 8 years old.
That is correct.
And had you been close to Emily in the years after you left your home?
Nikki?
Sorry,
You mean
I don't
Nikki?
understand the question.
Was I close to Nikki?
I'm sorry.
Objection was not sustained, but I don't think you meant to say what she said. Why don't you rephrase that?
Oh, okay.
I think you said Emily.
Had you been close to Nikki in the years after you left?
I try to keep in contact with my sister. I've always been a huge fan of her. I do feel like I feel like an older brother to her. So also she's just amazing, and you know, I did try to keep in contact with her.
When was the last time you saw her prior to this intended visit?
Physically saw her
Yes.
in person. That would be 2018.
So 3 years.
Somewhere around 2018, I believe. Yes, 3 years.
Were you looking forward to?
Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, I'm her biggest fan. So I was very much looking forward to seeing her. Emily as well was looking forward to seeing her. She was looking forward to meeting my family. And
So you were both looking forward to the trip?
exactly. Yes, we were both very excited to go on the trip. We'd been working on Rosie for a while, and very excited to try it out.
So what was Emily's mood the day that you were leaving?
The day that we left to come on our trip.
Yes.
I'm just thinking, sorry. There's, in the morning, we woke up, she was happy, very happy, very excited, maybe a little anxious.
Anxious about what?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Ferlazzo does not know what Emily was anxious
Mhm.
about.
That's true. What are you basing what did you observe?
I observed her being anxious to meet my family.
Okay, that's fine. And we've heard testimony that you didn't actually leave New Hampshire until late in the afternoon, maybe early evening. Is that right? You remember?
Yes, there was like a PowerPoint that said we left New Hampshire sometime like 3 in the afternoon-ish.
What were you doing during that day?
Trying to hook up with other bus couples.
We woke up in the morning. I remember she made me some coffee. I believe we made breakfast together. And then just sort of putting things away. We were going to drive Rosie and wanted to stow everything appropriately so nothing was going to like fall out and hit her or Remington as we drove.
And who's Remington?
Remington is our dog.
Okay.
Yeah, so we packed everything up tightly to prepare for the drive. We had to move some of the vehicles around. The bus is about 24, 27 feet in length-ish. I don't have an accurate, but it's a long vehicle, and there's a short driveway at the Bass's residence that spills out onto a sometimes heavily traveled road. Just moving things so we could leave efficiently.
Okay. I know it's a little early, Judge, but I would like to take a break now.
Really?
Would the parties approach so that actually you're hearing what Ms. Chance is saying?
I've got a 24-foot RV as well. Yeah, he is. He's just monotone verbiage. He's just full of shit, and he just stares at the same place when he's talking. Plus, he's as ugly as fuck. El Creepo. I have somewhere some pictures of said bus. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, that's not it. Let me see if I can put them onto a. Here it is there. I do believe. What's that? It's out of focus. That's what that is. This poor girl. She was absolutely stunning. I'm just putting a few pictures up. Hang on.
It seems like this is a good point to take our break. We'll come back at 12:50. We'll start up again. We'll take an hour break and resume the testimony. Please, again, warn, have a great lunch. Don't talk about the case. Don't learn anything received or anything. Take care.
All right.
Not very good quality pictures, sorry, but all right. Now, pause that. Oh, where'd it go? Now, can I screen share that? Oh, I can. Okay, so this is said bus. You don't need to see all those. There you go. That's Rosie, apparently. And these are just some pictures I found of her online. Such a shame. Such a shame to meet such a douche. Look at him. The quality is not very good, sorry. But yes, that's the bus. Mm. Oh. Share the screen again. Oh, hello, Brian. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're lovely. Thank you. Don't have to do that. Where have you been? Yes, it's another man bun. Yes, this oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to say gentleman because that is the furthest from the truth. This dickhead, douchebag, knob jockey married that beautiful girl, Emily, and he wanted a polyamorous relationship and she didn't. So he just did it anyway and wondered why she beat the crap out of him every time she caught him. She was beautiful, absolutely stunning. And just an absolute dickhead. And so anyway, but their first anniversary, they've done this bus up and they're going away for their anniversary. And apparently she has starts calling him names and is very mean to him. Nasty. So he popped 2 caps in her head and then stabbed her 18 times and chopped her up and put her into 8 big bags, as you do. And now he's explaining why. You know, my mummy hit me with a coat hanger when I was a child. So they're on a break. And I'm tipping as soon as he's done, they'll do jury instructions and deliberations, guaranteed. And it'll be over by the end of the day. I'll give him half an hour. He's admitted to doing it, but he claims it was self-defense. He said that she had a pistol under her pillow, which they did find, and he had another one, which he just so happened to have in his hand at the time. But the forensics and the medical examiner, the actual pistol that he used was her pistol with a silencer through a pillow. Doesn't sound like self-defense to me. Yeah. So Now, this is, did we find Teresa? Oh, no, she hasn't come back yet, has she? She's going to have to watch this back. And Elizabeth has disappeared too. This is the time where we need Discord so we can all go and have a game of bingo or something. Wait. And for verdict watch. Actually, I should get hold of. I've got someone setting one up for me from scratch. No, we're not done. They're just having a break. He must be getting tired, poor thing. It's hard when you've got to concentrate so hard to dribble so much bullshit. All right, who can we stalk? Let's have a look. Oh, Bri. Are you still here? Something really, really funny happened the other day. I've got a video to show you. Let me know if you're still here. You'll piss yourself. All right. What's law and crime got to? Nothing. Okay. Yeah. Now, last week I put in a massive week because we were doing the Zachariah Anderson case, and I didn't realize that it went for 16 days. So I had to cram that into like 8. So yeah, they were pretty much all-nighters every night. And then I had the podcast on the Saturday after a Christmas party. So I hadn't slept for 48 hours. Managed to get some sleep on the Sunday and then started this trial on the Monday. And it was right at the end because having sitting in this chair for so long, my feet were getting really, really swollen. So I'd worked out how to log in on my iPad, set it all up here, go and log in on my iPad and lay on my bed with my feet elevated so that, you know, they wouldn't be so swollen. And this happened. Yep. Totally professional. The funny thing was they all kept watching the trial. I woke up an hour later to all these good night messages. What was that? What's that? Ah, okay, anniversary gifts. First year is cotton, second is paper, third is leather. Okay. Oh, your dog's still down at the groomer. Just yep. It's all right, just checking. All right, what's this? United Healthcare CEO. Oh, someone's arrested. They've got jack shit on there. What do we got over here? Felix. Oh, the beaten girl. It's day 2 today. What's that? Hey, baby. So Celeste Owens is accused of malice murder and felony murder in the death of 8-year-old Amari Hall. Amari's mother, Brittany Hall, was also indicted by a grand jury on identical charges. Brittany and Owens were in a romantic relationship at the time of Amari's death. Investigators say Amari's cause of death was battered child syndrome. Wow, never heard of that. Amari was a child with autism. Mm-hmm. Oh. So are they on deliberations on the Ole Miss student trial? I thought you said they were on deliberations. This is the fire alarm Vermont. Yes, it is. That's right. Yes, yes. Uh-huh. Correct. Maybe we should continue watching, because we never got to watch the end of like the defence's case in Zachariah Anderson. Perhaps we should follow that while we're waiting. Felix, stop it. Can you hear him trilling? No, he's not going to do it. The two of them are playing. All right, what am I reading? Does anyone know? Karen reads. I have no idea. No idea. I know it's been postponed till April though, hasn't it? Oh yeah, I reckon we'll have one. Because what? It's how long into the day? Only 3 hours. So yeah, hopefully. Yeah, because they can't see the jury, the witnesses' faces or something, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I'll pay that. I'll pay that. All right, now have I saved? Thursday 13 and 14. Mhm. I don't think I saved them. Probably hidden them. I did. All right. think we got up to 14 from memory.
From what I remember about the drone search is that there was nothing found in the area that was searched. So in that respect of nothing being found, that was important in the investigation, yes.
And that was just the area west, that wooded area west of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes, that's correct.
That there are other wooded areas around that area, to your knowledge, were those searched?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overseeing around May 21st, 2022, the pumping of the septic tank on Mr. Anderson's property?
Yes, I do.
And why did you, as a sergeant and overseeing this investigation, ask that that be done?
That the septic tank was pumped. That is a place that you could hide a body, and there was the tank had liquid in it, and so we wanted to look and see.
And did you find anything?
We did not.
Did you also ask, or did you ask about anything be done as far as the dumpsters on Mr. Anderson's property?
I don't know if I specifically asked about it, but I do remember that there was a dumpster on the property, and we ended up, I believe, emptying it out and looking through it.
And why did you want to empty it out and look through it?
See what was in there?
And you didn't find anything?
Nothing of evidentiary value in this case.
When you say evidentiary value, what do you mean by that?
There was trash that was in there, so it's a broad topic of, is there anything in the dumpster? Yes, there were items in the dumpster, but there was nothing that I remember that was like bloody or, if there was body parts or a gun or,
it's Wednesday.
Or anything that would be illegal or that was pertinent to this case that I remember.
I have nothing further for Sergeant Bandy, subject to redirect.
State.
Sergeant Bandy, you were asked about drone search of a wooded area as well as whether other wooded areas in the sort of general.
So this is the defense.
Wood Creek apartments were
Defense's
searched.
case.
Since May of 2000, have any human remains been found in any of the wooded areas that would be covered in those questions, which you thought caused one to need to compare it to Rosalio Gutierrez?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and you would be aware of that, correct? As a sergeant at the Kenosha Police Department, if human remains had been found in any of those areas, you would know that.
That's correct.
And you were asked about the contents of a dumpster at the Anderson, at the Mequon address of the defendant. When you indicated nothing had been found, was any carpet that had been cut out of that minivan on the property, was that found in the dumpster?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And were any
Why,
clothing
Cindy?
found in the dumpster, such as a blue plaid shirt or any of those kind of things?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes. Yes, thank you briefly.
Oh,
Steve
her
had
sentence
just asked
was, wasn't
you
it?
about whether any remains have popped
You know
up
what
in
time?
the area surrounding Mr. Gutierrez's apartment since
it
May of 2020.
The morning or the afternoon session?
However, since, let's say, May of 2020, have Kenosha Police Department or any law enforcement agencies, to your knowledge, continued to do any active searches for Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And when was that?
Since the original incident, I don't know the exact dates.
So, but nothing this year in 2023?
Not that I remember.
And nothing in late of 2022?
Again, I don't remember the exact dates. It's not in my report, and part of my function is to support the detectives. The detectives do a lot of the actual searching, and so I may or may not accompany them. So if, for example, if we were going to go out of county and do a search at a particular location, I would arrange for resources from that particular county, whether it's a fire department or a police department, whatever it might be, The specific dates, I don't remember.
And that's fine. And I guess it was, what I'm trying to ask is, it's not as if every week there's a search party that goes out.
That would be fair.
And the additional searches that had occurred were closer to the May 19th, 2020 date.
I guess you have to be more specific in searching of where.
Sure. So were you aware of the searches that occurred near Harrington State Park?
Yes, I was.
So that was an additional search that occurred.
Yes, it is.
And that, to your knowledge, did that yield any evidence?
I was not part of, well, let me back up. I was not physically at that search. And as far as I know, there was no evidentiary value or anything of evidence that was recovered during that search.
And then there was the search of the Greenview/Anderson Tree Farm.
Correct.
So that would have, in your knowledge, that was a subsequent search that was done.
There were searches done at the Anderson Tree Farm. That is correct.
And at Mr. Anderson's residence.
Yes.
And at the residence of Susan Brown Williamson.
I'm not sure I know who that is. If that's the Cedar Beach Road address, then yes.
But to your knowledge, I guess what I'm going back to is that outside of those searches that were completed by Kenosha Police Department, if you know, there weren't any additional searches that were done in the Kenosha area.
Well, there were searches of like electronics. I don't think that's necessarily what you're asking. As far as the physical searches, I don't remember any. Detectives may have gone out and searched without notifying me. But again, that's a specific question to a specific detective that I can't answer.
Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing on that.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Call Officer Luke Courtney to the stand.
Have you seen this trial, Bri? I wouldn't mind hearing your opinion on it.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
The old codger.
About the truth, so you got it. Please be seated.
Good morning, officer. If you could be so kind just to state and spell your name for Madam Court Reporter.
Okay, Officer Luke, L-U-K-E, last name is Courtier, C-O-U-R-T-I-E-R.
And where are you currently employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the police department?
Approximately 7 years.
In your term of employment with the Kenosha Police Department, do you remember working on a case involving Mr. Zachariah Anderson?
I do.
And how involved was your involvement in that case?
I had a small part in it, very small part.
And what was your small part, if you remember?
I was asked by Detective Kennedy to respond to the Kenosha County Jail and retrieve Mr. Anderson's clothing.
Okay.
Felix, no.
clothes that you examined, were these the clothes that Mr. Anderson was wearing when he was arrested?
I'm not sure.
You examined them though, correct?
Correct, yes.
Judge, I do have exhibits that I would like the officer to open. I was informed that Detective Correa had taken the scissors. I don't know if we have another pair of scissors. Yeah.
Want me to remove them?
Yes, please.
I much prefer the clear evidence bags from the other case. That was way more efficient. Oh, Felix. I have a needy pussy. He's been very demanding today. I think he knows that I'm going away next week. Come here.
Can you explain what that exhibit appears to be?
This is a V-cut white T-shirt, size large, with a George brand.
And is that the T-shirt that you had previously inspected?
Yes, it is.
And when you examined it, did you observe any stains or anything of that nature?
Yes, I did. I noticed a very small stain on this would be the back right side of the shirt. It's like a light orange brown stain right here.
Was there anything else that you noticed about the shirt?
Not that I noticed, no. Well, I guess other than the fact that it appeared new, basing that on the fact that the imprinted tag on the back of the collar is not faded at all.
And do you remember making a observation or determination about the brand of that T-shirt?
I do. I believe it was probably via Google, a Google search revealed that this brand, George, is commonly sold by Walmart stores.
Walmart?
Correct.
And then were there any other things that indicated prior use, such as sweat stains or any other stains that you had noted?
Not that I noted at the time. No.
How about now? Did there appear to be any, what appears to be sweat stains?
Yeah, there looks like there's like some yellowing on the bottom of the armpit area. That would be common with sweat stains.
You can put that exhibit back in the bag. Thank you, officer.
What was the point of that?
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 300. And I'd ask that you do the same with opening it.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ooh, a pair of jeans.
About the brand.
Yes, I did. I noted that it's Levi Strauss Company brand, size 34 wide, 32 long.
And did you make any conclusions or do any further, I guess, investigating into where those jeans can be purchased?
Again, the same way I did the t-shirts, quick Google search revealed that they're commonly sold by Walmart stores.
Okay, thank you. 319.
You want me to go ahead and open this one?
Yes. Can you tell us about those flip-flops?
So these are the flip-flops that I examined during that day. Some of the things that I noticed, I'll say in addition to the colors, was that they appeared very worn, just based on the fact that there's the foot impressions. You can make out each individual toe. So they appear to be frequently worn. The other thing that I noted was the two different sizes. This is the right shoe here. Noted that it's size 11, and then the left shoe is size 12.
And did you notice anything about the brand?
I did, just based on the logo of it. I don't think it had a actually written brand name, but I did a Google search describing the logo that I observed, and it showed me a Google image photo of that same logo.
And did that search yield any information about where those flip-flops could have been purchased from?
I don't recall on that one.
If I were to show you a copy of your report, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes. So it's.
Did that help?
Oh, yep.
Okay.
Yep. So
So were you able to determine where these flip-flops can be purchased?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, and where was that?
So it's Athletic Works at Walmart.
And you said that they appear to be heavily worn.
Yes.
Now, when you're inspecting these items, the jeans, the shirt, these flip-flops, why were you inspecting them?
I'm an evidence technician for the Kenosha Police Department. So anytime that I'm taking, I was assuming that this was evidence in a case. Just taking note of anything that could be noteworthy of anything on the shoes or the clothing. So I could be descriptive in the reports. I didn't know if Detective Kennedy, who was the one that asked me to retrieve the clothing, had seen these for himself or if he's inspected them. So I needed to be able to describe what I saw so that when he reviews my reports, he would know what I saw on the items.
And you could put those back in the bag and I'll grab them from you in a bit. Is one thing that you're looking for evidence of blood stains, other stains, things of that nature?
Correct.
And did you observe any sort of those types of stains on these flip-flops?
Nothing that I would be able to say that was.
And the same question as it relates to the jeans. Were there any stains that you thought were important to know?
On the jeans, no.
And And then the shirt was just the orange stain on the back
Correct.
and the yellowish stains near the armpits that you see now.
Correct.
Do you remember also inspecting a pair of underwear?
Yes.
And do you remember any of the details regarding the underwear?
Yes, I do. I remember comparing to the other items of clothing, they appeared very worn or heavily used due to the elastic in the waist area was very stretched out. And then I also remember them being Fruit of the Loom brand.
And did you make a determination about any stores that commonly sell that brand of underwear?
Walmart, once again.
Walmart? And so could be a question I don't want the answer to, but were there any stains of interest on the underwear?
Not that I noticed, not that I recall.
And now when you had retrieved these items, they were in evidence similar to how they are today?
When I retrieved them from the jail?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, how were they when you retrieved them from the jail?
So at the jail, whenever you bring in an inmate in, all their items, belongings get placed in like a big blue, like it's almost like a mesh style bag. That's what I retrieved them from. And then I placed them in paper bags.
So you were, to your knowledge, were you the first person that did any sort of evidentiary investigation or looking on these items of clothing?
It'd be assumed that, yes.
And so kind of the chain of that custody was, correct me if I'm wrong, but was Mr. Anderson gets booked into the jail, his clothings get put into that blue mesh bag, and then you took them to inspect them.
Correct.
And then after you inspected them and reviewed them, how did you process the evidence from there?
So I'll start from the beginning. So I go to the jail, they hand me this blue mesh bag. I put gloves on my hand, on both hands, place the items into bags, transported them to the Kenosha Police Department Evidence Bureau, where we process all our evidence. Typically you would line, there's like a large metal table in there for our workstation. Typically we would line it with a roll of like brown paper. I remember that day we were out of that paper, so I obtained several paper bags, which fits the same purpose, and line the table with those instead, just to prevent any cross-contamination of any evidence from other cases. And then again, using gloved hands is when each item I started photographing and inspecting.
And then did you eventually at the end put them in paper bags and seal them?
Yes, I did.
Similar to the paper bags we see today?
Correct.
And so just generally, the items that you observed today appear as they did when you inspected them back in May of 2020?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank
you. So officer, we talked a little bit about obviously all the clothing, the underwear specifically, those were actually found in the front right pocket of the jeans. Is that accurate?
I don't recall.
Would your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Showing you a document and pointing to the paragraph of what I believe to be relevance. Can you read that to yourself, please?
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection of where the underwear were found?
Yes.
And where were those underwear found?
The right front pocket of the jeans.
And the brand of those underwear were Fruit of the Loom?
Correct.
Now, the jeans themselves, in your report, did you indicate that they did not appear to be heavily worn and were possibly even new?
Yes, I did.
And did you make that determination based on the general look of them and the fact that the Levi Strauss tag on the back wasn't faded at all?
Yes.
And then with the white V-cut short sleeve shirt,
You also indicated in your report that it appeared to be very new, as the imprinted tag on the back of the collar was not faded at all.
Correct.
Which obviously was in sharp contrast to the shoes you reviewed, which appeared to be very well worn.
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge. The two witnesses that we had anticipated going earlier, the one who informed us just yesterday that he's out of state, the officer witness, and then the other witness who appears to have the flu. So that's why our other witnesses aren't going to be here until 11 and 11:30 respectively.
Do you have any rebuttal witnesses who are available now? You don't have to.
Yeah, we told our rebuttal witnesses to be available at noon. So I think we do have two brief rebuttal witnesses. I might be able to get them here sooner, but they're not waiting in the hallway.
Well, your witnesses, have you called them and told them to get here sooner?
Yes, we have. One of them is at a doctor's appointment, so he'll be here at 11:30, and then the other one is informed that we're ready to call, but they're traveling from out of.
Do you want me to?
County.
So mine are jail witnesses. I can see if I can get them here sooner. I just can't guarantee it. They were told to come at noon.
Well, I don't want to force you to put your case on earlier than you're required to. If they were, you know, you get it from the jail will be 20 minutes at least. So,
One is a records custodian, so she's probably working right across the street. Should we at least try her?
please,
Okay, I'll call her. Yeah,
let's
we'll
see if we can keep this.
We'll see if we can at least get her here.
We'll make an effort to keep this short, but otherwise, you're welcome to have some coffee.
Let's just sell each one for $200. Utilizing Exhibit 357, can you indicate, first of all, what block that Marquand Washington was in from the dates of February 2nd through February 6th of 2022?
Mr. Washington was housed at our detention center. He was in H South block, H West cell, bed 9.
And is that a security area, if you know, of the detention center?
That's our segregation unit.
Okay. And again, the cell number was?
The cell which was H West, the bed was 09.
And in that particular area of the detention center, when it says bed, does that mean, does that actually also mean cell number?
Yes, because H West is broken into cell blocks, and the bed number would reflect the assignment on the bed.
Okay. So there are not multiple people within a cell within a specific room in those locations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So bed would mean you are in a specific cell under your cell.
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated 09. Did I have that right?
Correct. 09.
I'm now going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 358. And first ask you the same question. Do you recognize this document in the context of what we've been talking about?
This is the inmate housing report for Nicholas McAtee.
Generated using the same system?
Correct.
believe that 358 is true and accurate based on your experience and based on observing this document?
Correct.
Any changes or alterations other than the sticker that you see in Exhibit 358?
No.
Judge, again, I'd move admission of 358 based on the testimony.
Is there objection?
No, Judge.
Received.
And if I ask you about February 2nd through February 5th, 2022, up until 2:14 p.m., are you able to indicate inmate Nicholas McAtee's location, again, from February 2nd, 2022 through February 5th, 2022 at 2:14?
Yes, he was housed in H West, bed 20 or cell 20.
So 20 as opposed to number 9, which was Mr. Washington, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then on February 5th, from 2:14 p.m. to 8:35 p.m., so 6 hours and 21 minutes, is there a movement to a different location within that same cell block?
Yes, that'd be cell 11.
Okay. And then at 8:35 p.m. On February 5th, is there again a move to a different location than number 11?
Yes, cell 22.
Okay. And again, those are also in the segregation unit, as was Mr. Washington?
Correct.
I have nothing else of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Washington, based on these records, Mr. Washington and Mr. McAtee were housed in the same unit, that being H cell block, from February 2nd through February 6th of 2022.
Correct.
Nothing further.
And Ms. O'Hanlon, and it was only in those 4 days that they were in segregation together, is that correct?
Without itemizing the whole report and going through each cell location and transaction date, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head if they're housed together elsewhere.
You're not aware of any other time they were in segregation based on what you've been asked to look at?
No.
Nothing else?
The question was asked in such a way that the no could either be saying, no, they weren't, or no, I'm not able to tell.
No, I'm not aware of any other additional times they're housed together.
Thank you. Any other question?
No.
No.
Mr. Town? I think we're back at,
I was informed that our next witness has walked into the courthouse.
oh, splendid.
For the record, this is going to be Connie Hillman. And Judge, since we are on the record, I'd like to move into evidence Exhibit 299 and 300. This was the jeans and the white t-shirt.
Is there objection?
No.
Received?
favored teams in the NCAA. Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Hillman. If you don't mind just stating and spelling your name for Madam Court Reporter.
Connie Hillman, Connie L. Hillman, Hillmann.
And Ms. Hillman, how are you currently employed?
I am retired.
Very nice. What did you retire from?
I owned D&M Accounting Services in Menominee Falls. I'm an accountant.
And could you explain what D&M Accounting Services, what that business entailed?
Mainly doing personal tax returns, corporate tax returns, a lot of monthly bookkeeping, payrolls.
And how long did you have that company for?
32 years.
And were you the owner that entire time?
Yes.
In your 32 years in business, did you ever have a client named Zachariah Anderson?
I did.
Okay. Did you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you briefly point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Gentleman sitting next to you and looks like a gray suit with a blue gray tie.
Pointing at the accused.
Judge would ask that the record reflect that.
Right.
Thank you. So, you know Mr. Anderson, approximately how long had he been a client of yours?
I'm going to guess 2 years.
just for record purposes, since Detective Correa is not here, I am opening what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 242. Ms. Hillman, in your 32 years, I'm assuming there were certain business practices and procedures that you utilized as far as keeping track of clients' information, things of that nature?
Yes.
If someone were to do taxes with your accounting services, can you please explain to the jury the different ways that your clients could come pick up their tax returns?
Objection as to other varieties of ways. Certainly something specific to this case, but irrelevant what other ways are available.
Overall.
People can show up personally to pick up and sign the documents that give us permission to e-file their tax returns. Before we e-file a tax return, we need that signature, and they have to pay us either cash, check, Visa, MasterCard, Venmo, or PayPal.
And do you provide a receipt for that transaction?
Only if it's cash.
I'm just going to show you a couple of papers. Again, this is Defense Exhibit 242. You can look on the screen as well. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, that is a receipt showing that the gentleman paid with cash.
Okay, and is this receipt, is that the type of receipt that your business utilized?
Correct.
And what would the date indicate?
May 18th of 2020.
And what would that indicate to you? What was done on that date?
That he picked up his, looks like his 2019 tax return, which I'm going to guess was more than likely filed for an extension because it would have been due in April.
Okay. And then under this receipt is a document. Does this look familiar?
Yes, that's our tax return cover sheet that we put on every tax return that we do.
And it looks just like the ones that you do for your tax returns?
Yes.
And you had noted already that you did in fact prepare Mr. Anderson's taxes for the year 2019?
Correct.
And the address on this tax return, is that the address of your company?
Yes.
I want to show you this piece of paper as well. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Can you explain what this is?
It's just so that people have notification from us that they have 24 hours to look over their tax return. And if we don't hear from them regarding any changes, then we go ahead and e-file it. And then they can also log into a program we use called Secure File Pro. And that's where we store all PDF copies of tax returns for clients so they can download them at whenever they want.
Okay. And based on all these records and the receipt, is it your understanding that Mr. Anderson picked up this tax return packet on May 18th, 2020?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about where your business was located, was it a standalone building or was it in a strip mall? Like what kind of, sorry, it's very loud, hold on. What kind of location was it?
It's in a Tri-City National Bank. It's a standalone building, and we lease the whole lower level of the Tri-City Bank.
And around May 18th, 2020, did you have any surveillance cameras or any security systems in place?
I believe we had security cameras, but we would not have had footage from that time frame, now.
Now. Or closer back to May of 18th, 2020, did law enforcement ever come to your business to obtain that surveillance footage?
No.
Did law enforcement ever talk to you at all in this case?
No.
I have nothing further, subject to redirect.
Ms. Tillman, did you?
Can't believe you're still on a
specifically
break.
speak to Mr. Anderson that day?
No.
I have been watching. Oop.
Handwriting saying that she
Take it back.
called him and that he must have made a notation saying that he would be in to pick it up.
And so that would be on the 18th, correct?
Right.
So at some point, she speaks to him at 3:24 p.m. and he says he'll stop in that day.
Right.
So then, per logic, he would stop in subsequent to that sometime a little bit later on. Okay. So if his phone records put him in Menominee Falls at 4:52 p.m. on the 18th, that would be consistent with him picking up his taxes from Menominee Falls on that day at that time.
Seems logical.
Oh, duh. Well, if they're going to be much longer, I may as well do the next half tomorrow because it's
I have nothing
25
further.
o'clock.
Thank you, Ms. Hillman.
Nothing further from this defense.
You may step down. Now, when do we next have witnesses available?
Because truth be told,
Our next witness won't be here till 11:30, Judge.
it's potentially at least another 3 hours
Morning break, what do you think?
of court.
Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read about your list on the account of the trial.
Yeah, I
Even
might
a little bit?
actually. Otherwise, I'll be up all night. So 2 courts on break. Even the fill-in court now. No, they're definitely still not back. And they've been going for 4 hours, so there could even be another 4 hours of trial. I think I'm going to have to call it, Dons. I'm sorry. Otherwise, I'm going to be up until 9 a.m. and I've got shit to do tomorrow. Bugger. Bugger, bugger, bugger. Suppose sheep happens, doesn't it? Oh, there we go. I just made myself a fresh coffee too. All right. Well, I might just. I don't know. I don't need to put it in chat because they'll have heard me say it when they come back. All right. Well, we'll continue day 4, and no doubt it'll be jury instructions, deliberations, and probably a verdict by the time we get back. All right. Stay warm. Stay safe. Stay happy. and I'll see you tomorrow. Arrivederci.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests.